Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scared.
Welcome to the Cherise the Realist Show.
Peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you all so much. And of course, as promised, we have the beautiful ladies of Unscramble Minds. And I hope you guys show them a lot of love in the chat. Of course, Big Mama, Sister Freedom, the beautiful Dulcinea, beautiful Dots, beautiful Sister Freedom, of course. And I'm just happy to have these beautiful ladies up here, okay? And, you know, as y'all see the title, we're going to talk a little bit about some DNA. We're going to give our thoughts on the election. And, you know, I'm just very excited. So please, y'all, like, share, subscribe, share this out to everybody. You know, this is going to be a great conversation. And I'm just really excited. So, yes. So, hey, ladies.
Peace, Cherise. Hey, sis.
Hey, peace and love, Cherise, and peace and love to everyone tuned in.
Yay.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Period.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
So happy to be here with you tonight, sister.
Yes, thank you so much. I am happy to have y'all, and I'm excited to get into some things, honey, and talk about some conversations and, you know, just women and women and, you know, obviously of sound mind and conscious spirit. You know, I just love when we all get together and we can have these dope conversations, whether we agree or not. By the end of this, I think that it will still be amazing, and we will, you know, walk away learning something and, you know, taking some knowledge away with us. And I guess that's always important. So, I mean, we could go whichever way y'all want. Okay. However way you want to start.
DNA first. You do got the DNA first. So Dulcinea, and y'all be going in on that DNA thing.
Yes. Because Dulcie know I love her information.
Yes. I do too.
I love your information too. I love to build with you, sis. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. A lot of changes are being made right now with 23andMe. I laugh thinking about it, you know, all those Pan-Africans. What you think, Cherise? They're gonna be a militarized Pan-African army with the DNA clones?
Girl, don't get me started. You already know, sitting out here, and it's sad too because I think that we didn't even realize that 23andMe was beginning to fall, and that this type of shit was happening. And like they can't really make any excuses anymore because like the information is obviously fraudulent, and whatever
Right.
they're trying to use people's DNA and information for, it's beyond me.
Well,
So I got this little article.
they had an agenda with all this. It was something behind the scenes. They had a point they was trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? They had a point they was trying to make. So they always trying to scramble your mind. And it's somebody always got that hook that they that they throw in the water, that they pull something back and they believe what they caught. It's just
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? When my little sister Dulcie was saying, listen, just because the I guess like the limitations of DNA and the fact that it's not accurate and it doesn't show
Right.
necessarily your lineage or whatever, and that it's a Johnny come lately type of test, and these are the reasons why they should be questioned. She was called all things but a child of God. In the very beginning, right? Oh, you're dumb, you're stupid. How can you say that? You just don't want to be African. You just don't want to be this. You just don't want to be that. And here we are.
Exactly. And I already knew this shit was cap anyway, like off top, because it's like we have to think about how many ancestors that we all have and how that possibly how we could connect to all of that. Like you would really have to go through a lot to prove that our ancestors all came off a ship and that we all somehow, you could connect us back there somehow. Somehow our DNA is right there. Like, look, I don't got time to keep playing with them. This is strictly something that they've used to fucking to play on our emotions. Okay. To give us this hope that maybe we could connect to someone that we may know in Africa and all. No, it's just to get your money and to pretty much, what's the word? Exploit you.
Right.
Yeah, really disconnect you from the land. I mean, we have to
Right,
think,
there you
all of us
go,
that
Dawson.
came
That
from this
too.
paradigm, of being like we're African. We've always had a disdain for even being recognized as American. It was like, no, I mean, I'm here, I live here, but I'm forced to live here. So, and it's never been like this is our land, despite how many of our family members have been passing down that we are Indians. It's just always been well, I'm only here because of a slave trade.
And it's crazy because guess what? When you talk to people in Africa, I gotta get this one African sister I was talking to, excuse me, and she was telling me how the slave trade took place in Africa itself. But when they start talking about the slave trade, they make it appear that it just happened over here in America. Like it just, you know what I mean? Like all these so-called Africans came over here, and they when they talk to you, it kind of excludes all the other places that slavery took place and the fact that it took place within Africa. That's the crazy part. It took place in Africa as well. So it's a weird situation. But I'm with Dulcie too. There's agenda behind it. They want you to exclude yourself from the shores of America so they can make it appear in the minds of the people that don't want to look, that don't want to read, that this is their land. And I'm talking about the undone people. Yes.
And you're right. And I think that the DNA test is, like y'all said, is just another way to, I just think it's a mental thing. It's like a psychological hold. You know what I mean? And I think that based on what you've learned in history and how you've perceived that history, like you will take that as like face value, as factual information. Like literally, y'all, I was on TikTok and I told them Black Americans, so-called Black Americans, have always been in America. Like, we're not going to continue to hold on to a slave narrative that they have yet to prove to us. You have to substantiate claims. You can't make them and then just like all throughout our whole lives, we're just supposed to just believe it because the Europeans said so. Miss me with it.
Miss me too. And the thing is, we was listening to the brother that came on Unscramble Mind the other day, and he was like, when we was younger, we was really offended. Like if you called us African and all that, we was offended. And like I'm saying, I didn't go to school with no Africans. I don't even remember, I'm not trying to put my age out there or nothing, but I didn't go to school. And I asked my mom, I asked aunties, sister, they never went to school with no Africans. So if it was that many Africans, where were they at? Hiding? They try to make it seem like all the Africans came over here and it was like everywhere. We don't even look like them. They have a different look. And if they do have some form of look of us, I think they sent some Americans over into Africa, if I'm not mistaken. So, everybody got their own opinion about it. I don't think we look like them.
Nah. We don't.
I don't.
It is not even to be funny or nothing like that. Like, it's just really to look at like the real deal Holyfield outside of complexion. Like, really look at your phenotype, your facial structure, and how different that is. And it's not even like, it's not a jab at anyone. You know what I mean? It's just us being clear that, hey, we understand that we are not the same people. We understand that we do not share the same culture. We understand that our history is distinct and unique and indigenous to the Americas. We understand that now. And now that we're trying to differentiate that, it seems like it's a lot of issues surrounding that. So then they'll say, oh, you need to go get your DNA test. No, DNA is fraudulent.
Africans will even say, I don't need a DNA test. I already know. And they're even allowed to know that they're not all the same. If you go to a Somali woman and ask if she's Ethiopian, she's going to get offended a little bit. She's going to be like, you don't know better, but I don't look Ethiopian. I'm from Somali. So they're allowed to have differences. They're allowed to say we don't all look the same. We don't all have the same culture. And if you think we look the same, that's your ignorance. But we're not allowed to say, we're not African.
Mm-hmm. And it's the slave trade story. And I, like I said, it just goes back to this post-traumatic slave syndrome, this notion, that this has happened to our ancestors and that this occurred in our history really does have people really tied to this. So when you say you're not from Africa, then it's like, so what you're trying to say? The slave trade didn't happen? What you trying to say? The slave trade didn't, what are you saying? What are you saying? What I'm saying is that, yes, there was some form of slavery, if you will. And the slave boat to plantation ratio, the math ain't mathing, baby.
It ain't mathing.
And it's not impossible to concur that people were being imported from America to other parts of America. Like, that's not hard to concur or put together. So when we just think that you were able to get 12 million people, I'm talking about weather. We're talking about time zone changes. We're talking about people at the bottom of a boat squished together.
Chained up. Their own sweat would have killed them.
Come on, man. Straight gas chamber. Straight gas chamber.
The moisture, but let alone the urine, the feces, the throw up, all that laying on top of each other. Just saying 90 days there, 90 days up, 90 days. There's no way.
Yep. Oh my goodness. And then it's a wooden ship at that. Child, look.
Make that make sense.
Did they swear they had like you had room for cargo? No, you didn't. You didn't have any room to put water or food or anything that you would need to survive any type of trip like that. Like, people I think they're having a hard time grappling with this. And I think that a lot of times it's just us not really thinking in a logical mindset when it comes down to the possibility of how this could occur. And that's all I'm saying.
Of
Like we
course.
really got to look at, what's really real and what's not, and I think for a while because we were told that for so long in K through 12 education and beyond, that, we think that this is something that's true and we have not asked them to verify or prove it.
Well, I believe what you're saying is true. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And just me working with people with, okay, when a person is laying in one position, they have to be moved every certain many hours, because if you don't, like 2 hours, you have to move a person. If not, what'll happen is bed sores will start coming in. Do you know that's like it makes like a circle, it starts eating up into your body. So just say 50 people made it over from the hundreds of people that they say was chained up in the bottom of the boat. By the time they got over here, they would have been so sick. Who would have paid money? They would have had to pay more money out of their pockets to just try to get the people well again. So
Well,
you
don't
go,
forget, Sister Freedom. Jabari said that they were being brought to the deck for Kanye's workout plan. And Christina said that they threw salt water down there to
Baby
clean
mad
it.
in the chat that day, y'all. See, oh my God. I said, is he really spewing this rhetoric in this? Girl. I
Chris
said,
said,
damn, they let him up on the deck. They was able
Chris
to
said that they
exercise
had
like
a
those
hole,
he
they
said.
had a hole in
Stop.
the bottom of the boat. So when they urinated, I said, well, where the urine and all that go? He said,
And there's a hole at the bottom of the boat that don't
Listen,
sink it.
and the
girl
water,
had me dying in that
the
chat.
water would have came back in the boat and drowned it all the people.
Listen. And I don't know. I guess somebody, I guess they was able to avoid all the sea animals, all the sharks, and everything. I just want to understand. Like they just acting like this was just some flawless situation, and that they were
This
just
is another fairy
doing
tale.
this.
Like they wrote all the stories. Jonah is riding in the mouth of a whale. I mean, they good with their stories. I'm trying to told you. It's some about symbolic meaning to it, I guess. But I mean, they that's how their mind is. They make up.
There, yeah, no, sorry, Freedom. Go ahead, finish.
I was just saying they make up all these different type of stories. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Just real quickly, because I see people in our chat as well. So those of you who are in our chat currently, we are on Sharice the Realist channel. So we're not ignoring you guys, but if y'all want, we would love for y'all to come over and show love to her channel. We're in Sharice the Realist channel right now on her live, okay? But I do think there's a point to be made that, so for me, I think there is a point to be made that it's not so much like Africans are the enemy. I know like that's not that's not the message, of course, that myself or any of the ladies are trying to give whatsoever. That's a vibrant continent. It's 53, 54 countries in that continent, right? So it's as diverse as it comes. Somebody in your chat, I think his name was Jamar, he was like, what exactly would an African be, right? Because they don't all have the same phenotype. They don't have the same language. And that's a great point. And we're also not saying that slavery didn't happen or that people weren't bought and sold and brought to the Americas. But there needs to be a question in terms of the number, right? Because it doesn't make sense when you think about it. And the fact that people need to respect when a person is telling you who they are, because that's a colonial mindset when you try to enforce or impose your values, your understanding, your culture on a population of people. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to put that out there because it's not so much of us versus them. And I don't want it to ever come out as if, it's a hate of Africans. It's not that at all. But it does need to be questioned. And not only that, and I've always said this, and this is like my question for those who practice, especially the comedic culture, because those that do, many of the Pan-Africans that have YouTube channels or whatever, and they do their DNA doesn't go back to the region that Kemet is located or ancient Kemet was located, right? If anything, it says West Africa is not in North Africa. And I always feel like That to me is more of a mental illness or more of hate of self, because you again are denying even your own genealogy. Because if you're saying that, look, my DNA test said that I'm 78%, they always say that you're either Nigerian or Ghana. Tell me why that is. I don't know. Why we never get nowhere else, right? But yet you won't revere that culture allegedly that you supposedly come from, right? You're not picking up any religion or culture from Ghana or Nigeria. You're worshiping something that you're not even related to. So who has the mental illness? Who has a hate of self?
Well,
You're
let me say this.
valuing a
I'm
culture
sorry,
that's
Dot.
not yours.
Mhm. Well, let me say this too, Dots. I'm gonna add on into that. If Africans or people that saying we come from Africa, and I'm so disappointed because you really did not protect us. Okay, if you're trying to say that we are Africans in some type of way, please don't think I'm going to stand up and applaud you. No, I don't have anything against per se Africa, the continent. So if that's what you want to say, but I am going to say that if you're trying to say that the people over here came from Africa, you didn't do a good job in protecting us as far as our mental state of mind, physically, religious wise. We ended up being Christian, Muslim, all these different things. I just, even now you can look at African movies and you still got undone Jesus on your walls. I mean, so stop. That's another thing that bothers me with this out of Africa theory situation is that Africans get this big, like, it makes them feel entitled in a sense, like y'all from Africa, y'all they're better than us in some type of way. And that's another thing that's just how I
Oh
see
yeah.
it.
So let me play this clip on that note.
Well,
Okay.
right, and that's what I mean by that colonial mindset, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There you go. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sharice. Go ahead.
African Americans.
That's what I'm saying. Black Americans are the most successful out of every black nation on this earth. Like financially, educationally, like if you compare black Americans to any other nation and on the earth, we have the most capital, we have the most spending power, we have the most educated people. Like, you know what I'm saying? So this whole nation, and I get Africa, you could say Africa, but y'all divide yourselves by countries. So if you want to compare Nigerians to black Americans, it's kind of unfair, like because two different countries, bigger population. Maybe in Nigeria, probably a bigger population. But if you look at that population compared to black Americans, better, we got higher spending power, we got more money, more education. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like this, I can't get over this nation that black Americans
it's just more so based off what they see. They've never been here. So if they see in China, all the Chinese people are poor and homeless. When we get over there and you finally see like
they got the
some
money,
people doing stuff, some people doing over here, but it's only a few of them who not doing nothing. So it's just they just never been here. So when they see and they ask their homeboy like, oh, okay, did you marry that girl? No, I ain't gonna marry. You know what I'm saying? So that's when it's like, oh, okay, so now the statistics. Okay, you a baby mama, you this, you having 10 kids out of wedlock, like baby mama here, baby, like, that's where it's just they're seeing the results by looking from what's around them. Like
there's more black fathers at home than any other group in America.
Is there? I've never heard about that.
I'm saying, but y'all look up all the negative.
It's not even about the negatives. It's about I live in America, so I know what I see. I'm not blind to what I see in front of my face. And it's not to put anybody down, because I really hate this conversation because it's so divisive. Even though it's a great one to have because it's helpful to
it gotta be had,
we're able to like listen to each other's.
Hold up, y'all. There was something she said in particular, and I thought I had it on the point, but I don't. So let me just rewind it back a little bit because she had made a point about the Chinese people being over top of us. So I wanted to play her saying that specifically, but maybe it just didn't come up yet. Hold on.
Frustrations and perspectives is great, but
I understand.
So then now we really don't know what is the truth, but it's in their own circle and community. That's what they're seeing. Like that's just from my experience from my American side. My dad's side, who is Ghanaian, everybody is getting married. Like that's in their culture. You get married before you have baby. You get married before you have a ceremony. Like everything is like traditional.
You want to be spoken to, and we'll do the same.
It's at the end of the day because we have our own country. Huh?
That's our language. It's nothing offensive. It's just I'm a Kata. So for example, let's back it up. I'm Ghanaian and American, so I see both sides. So it's like a
thing we had to get through: slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, all of that. We didn't have the luxury to be like, you know what? Let me go to fucking Saudi Arabia and just live my life thanks to the Saudi Arabians who made it possible. Like, no, we stood here and fought. So the fact that we have to get the disrespect, not even from not only from the white people, from the Asian people, now from the people that we thought was part of the African diaspora.
You supposed to click up.
Looking at us like, no, them niggas, you heard what they said on this shit. Stay away from them black. These are African people telling African people to stay away from black Americans. How you don't feel like...
But you also have to look at the statistics. What is it showing? Like, if I was to be with an American man, just any typical man, 9 out of 10, I'm probably going to be a baby mama. So that's what they're seeing. So if I marry an African man...
That's like me going to fucking Africa 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying me that she's not getting to what I want her to say, but just based off of this commentary and just understanding how people look at us and their mindset about us, like, how do y'all take that in?
Well, first of all, that's a lie, because every African man I know got more than one woman. Everyone I know mess around and got more than one woman. So she's wrong, Buzz, about that. You know, and how they just looking down on us in a sense, but it's the same thing happens over there too. So I don't know why she's saying that.
She was saying a bunch of stuff on this daggone interview, had me going off. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
But she's not telling the truth though.
It's
the same thing. Our parents teach us the same thing. Our parents teach us to get married first and then have a baby, but we do what we want to do. You know what I'm saying? But we are also taught the same thing. It's not like we're not taught that same thing. So I don't know why she's trying to make it seem like they're better.
You know what? I think I've seen this clip before, but I'm not. You asked like, what's our reaction? I'm not surprised to hear that. I'll be honest with you, it's not shocking at all because, you know, the area that I grew up in or what have you, you know, I had Africans all around, but they were very segregated. You know what I mean? They did not blend in or integrate with us. They made it very clear that we are not them and they not us. They made that very clear, right? So I am really not surprised to hear that.
She really trying to make it seem like they better though.
I think what annoys me the most is that, you know, they have a perception that's not really reality. And like you just stated, Dots, that a lot of times, like when they come into our communities, they do not mingle with us. They do not integrate with us. They do not say, you are my African brother and sister. It's so nice to meet you. Let's bond together and let's be friends. Like they not doing that. They over here getting money.
They not doing that. They're trying to mess with the American woman. They trying to mess with us too. They trying to get with us too.
Oh, yeah, but you know, for like, listen, I met a little young Ethiopian girl. I'll never forget this girl. And you know, she used to always be like, this is back before I was aware of who I was as an indigenous woman in America, you know, so she was participating in these little Black Lives Matters things and stuff. But I'll never forget what she said though, because she was like, you know, hanging around my little brother and like they would creep around and things like that. But, you know, she had expressed to me that she could never bring Michael home to her parents. She said that her parents would really lose their fucking mind. She said that her parents told her that she could only bring home an Eritrean man, that to not bring home a Black American man. And they're being taught this when they come into our country, on our land, being taught that we're some type of scum. I think that's an issue.
That's my point. That's the colonial mindset, right? Because that whole continent has always been colonized, and it was colonized by the Europeans, and now it's the Chinese, right? But it reminds me of that kind of saying where, you know, they will revere and imitate our culture, but not revere and give respect to the people who created it. Because I know when I went to Tanzania, I'm like, yo, I'm here in Tanzania. I'm trying to get into the Tanzania culture. And when my sister and I would go out or whatever, all you would hear is hip hop. I heard a lot of reggae. I heard a lot of calypso, right? A lot of West Indian stuff, but I also heard a lot of hip hop. They were fake, but they were wearing a lot of Jordans, right? They were wearing Uptowns, they Chuck Taylors, they were fake though, they weren't real, but that part. And when they heard we were American, it was like, wow, you know what I'm saying? So it's so interesting because they it's just a very interesting concept, but that's what I mean by that colonial mindset, because the Europeans did the same kind of thing, right? You exploit the culture, but you don't respect the people who created the culture. They're doing the same thing by that having that mentality, right? You imitate everything we do, but you don't respect the fact that we are the creators of that.
And it don't sound right when they try to imitate. You ever hear imitate us? It sounds so crazy. Oh my God. But Dots, I agree with you 1,000,000%. They try to imitate everything we do.
Yes, they do.
However it sound, if you even look at the short tape, Chinese people try to do it too.
Everybody
try, but listen, they're not trying to imitate the undone man. They're not trying to imitate the Mexican man, the Puerto Rican. They trying to imitate the so-called black man of America. That's what they trying to do. That's what they try to do. Sounds crazy when they do it, but they try to do it.
I just feel like we can't win in some retrospects when it comes to this conversation, because on one end, they'll be like, y'all are not African, y'all don't come from Africa. And then on the other end, when we're embracing that, no, we're American and this is our homeland and we're indigenous to this land, that's a problem too. Yeah. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, excuse me, I'm trying not to curse, I'm working on that. But it's like, I mean, pick a side. Like, seriously, like, we can't win for losing. Like, we're trying to claim our culture, the one that we created, the one that was born and bred here from our ancestors, who's been here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, possibly thousands of years. And you all are trying to overlook that. And then I told someone yesterday, I was like, the notion that everybody comes from one place in the world is diabolical and stupid.
Right.
But really, those are mainly Pan-Africans. Africans don't believe in that. They don't believe that everybody's out of Africa. They don't believe that we're them. So you can tell usually if someone has actually been raised in Africa, or when they're like from the UK, but they think they're African, from America, but they think they're African, because Africans don't have these conversations. Really, most of them, they don't like
continue on
us because we give their children more, like, you can be who you want to be, you can do what you want to do, and they want to have the colonizer's culture. They want to produce whatever the colonizer says is smart and do what the colonizer says what to do. So a lot of times they don't even respect their kids when their kids lean more to our culture over being like, oh, what does the colonizer say for us to do? But they don't. African in Africa don't think that we're the same. They know we're not the same. They don't think each other are all the same. Exactly. They don't have this one world Africa in Africa.
Exactly. There you go.
You confuse a Ghanaian with a Nigerian, and it's going to be war. You heard? Right?
Think of all the tribal wars today. All the tribal wars they have today. It hasn't stopped.
And if you act, and even if you ask, a quote unquote African, like, okay, do you take a DNA test? They'll look at you like you're crazy, right? They'll look at you like that you're crazy. They're like, I know who I am, right? And they'll start listing off their mom, their grandparents, their great grandparents, their great 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 parents, and no one ever asks them to source up. No one ever says take a DNA test. No one ever questions that. No one questions their genealogy. But when we do the same thing, it's a problem. That's
and
interesting.
I say even Caribbeans, doesn't get as much flack.
No.
Like it's accepted that they're Jamaican. It's accepted that they're Trinidadian. That's accepted. But when we say no, we're American. I'm from DC. My folks from Virginia. Oh no, but where are you really from? I just I'm from DC. My folks are from Virginia. What more do you want? Like,
right.
Nothing else. You know what I mean? So I find it so Oh God, it's so mind-boggling to me that this narrative has been pushed in the minds of so many people to believe such a false history about who we are and a false history about humans, period. Because when we look at humans, I just think it's impossible that everyone came out of just Africa only. We live in a huge world. This is a huge land, and there's no way we only came from one side of that sucker. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And peace to everybody in the chat, and shout out to all the people who's coming in from Unscramble Mind side. Peace and love to all of you all. Thank you all so much, and I'm so grateful for the ladies of Unscramble Minds. They some real women and they some real chicks, and I love them to death. And yeah, just thank you all for the love and support. Carry on. I just wanted to acknowledge the chat for a second.
We love you too, boo. I have a question for y'all. I have a question. How many did you?
I was about to say something, but wait a minute. You want me to wait till you get done? I will.
I have a question, real quick. Did have you taken a DNA test? I know Dulcie took one. Freedom, did you take one, or Sharice?
No. But my close family members took one.
I have not taken one. I don't want them to have my DNA, but a part of me wants to, like, do it because I already know what it's going to give. So I'm not even tripping.
But even if you do, Sharice, and you tell an African, oh, well, mine say I came from Ghana and Nigeria, they still let you to be like, oh, where in Ghana? What?
They gonna look at my hair and be like, no, ma'am.
What? I mean, because they still looking at you like, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Still looking at you like that. Like, so
yeah, no, ma'am.
You got it. They think about you. They saying, look at this fake this American trying to fake like they African. That's how they looking at you.
That's right. So, that's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not even about an African lineage or not to Jamar. It's not about an African lineage. Like, they're from the Caribbean. That's it.
I want to just address something that somebody said real quick about, I think Jamar was saying, hey, hi, Jamar, how are you?
Yeah, hello.
Beings acknowledge their African lineage. Yes, a lot of people do, but I know that's not the story of my family. My Nana comes from Barbados, or what have you. And, I don't know, I know this is not often talked about, but there has always been a lot of migration and traveling between the West Indies, because we say the Caribbean now, but like my Nana always said West Indies. She identified as a West Indian. She never said I'm Caribbean. She said I'm Bajan or I'm West Indian. But there's always been a migration between the islands and the United States of America, right? And so, like in my grandmother's line, or what have you, her father was Blackfoot. That he came to Barbados, and she always told us that, right? So I'm very clear in terms of like that part of the lineage. And I think that's very, very important. I just wanted to put that out there. But I have a funny story, because on my dad's side, my cousin, who's like the resident genealogist, how every family got a person in there who does their family tree and they're really dedicated to it. So my cousin Sean is that person, and they did him and my aunt, one of my aunties, Sharon, they did the African ancestry. This is when the African ancestry first came out. And remember, what is the founder's name of African ancestry?
Kittles.
Okay, no, and a female. What's the woman's name?
Oh God, I forgot her.
Gina. I think it's Gina, right, y'all? Somebody in the chat. I think her name is Gina Page, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Gina, I think that's her name. And so in the beginning, you know how they would gather people or what have you, and then they would do this big event, and they would say, oh, your lineage goes to this tribe, this tribe in Africa or what have you. So when my cousin and my aunt showed up, right, for the results, they're thinking, okay, I want to find out like where in Africa we're from. And so Gina because she knows my cousin Sean personally. So she came to my cousin Sean and she pulled Sean and my auntie Sharon to the side. And they're like, what's going on? And she's like, she's like, I just want to let y'all know, because I don't want y'all to feel disappointed or anything like that. But in your maternal line, it didn't go back to Africa. It came from Europe. That we already knew that, but people want to take the test. And we laugh about that to this day, because again, the story goes that everybody came from majority West Africa. Mm-hmm. And that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
So
and
I'm
you know what?
American. West Indian. I got West Indian in that blood, and I got that. I got the American in my
Yeah.
blood, and I got that West Indian sauce.
And
So
I'm glad you said that, Dots, because I think a lot of people have more West Indian blood than what they realize, because it even goes as far down as like the North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Some people, they would consider that West Indies, you know, at one point in time in history. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I think it's more prevalent than not. I think that because we are so close, that's a sub-region, you know what I mean? So that's still in our area. So that's why you like that would be I consider like the Jamaicans, you know, Barbadians, the Trinidadians, all of them. That's a sub region. So that's like they're like right there.
but there is a difference, I will say,
Yeah,
between
culture
amongst
like
the
that.
islands, like
But a
amongst
lot of them,
amongst the islands, right?
sure. But a
Because
lot of them definitely came to America.
yeah, oh no, big time, absolutely,
Definitely,
1000%.
and definitely through South Carolina. And yeah, and a lot of people probably have stories like that. You know, that's all I'm saying. I think that
no, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Is there more than it's not. And I think that people try to, oh no, you know what I'm saying? But when you really look at it, yeah. And when you connect the story, like, yeah, it makes sense to me, sis. That's all I'm saying.
You're absolutely right. You're right. I got it.
No, that's all. I just want to be clear. You know, it's definitely a different culture for sure. It's definitely, you know what I mean? Definitely different from our culture here in America for sure. But I'm
talking about like amongst the islands. So for example, like the history.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
So like, right, like I'm talking about like the history, the makeup of the people, right? So like if you visit Jamaica, it's going to be a very different look in terms of the people, a very different like versus if you looked at Barbados. And Barbados always had a very always had history and a connection with the United, like, you know, with the migration in the United States, always. And even in Barbados, like you see, there's like a lot of that Indian lineage or the Carib, as it would be called. So like I know on my line, it's Kalinango and Blackfoot, right? And so the genetic, not only, yeah, I guess you could say like the genetic makeup is very different than if you went to a Jamaica, right? Where they did get a fair amount of Africans, right? You will find a lot like that Rastafarian culture, all of that, they really do revere African culture. You know, you don't really get that too heavy in Barbados. You just don't, right? They'll tell you in a heartbeat, X, Y, and Z, and you just might not hear African versus if you went to a Jamaica. That's what I was saying.
But yeah, you just have to understand like how colonized we all are. I mean, like coming from someone that was passed down to be Creole for so long, of just being like, I knew I was Creole, so I knew I was mixed, and I knew I had a lot of European. But when you hear of that culture, you hear about New Orleans, they always say how African centered it is, how much African culture is still there, but there's the conflict of the people, like, no, this is Indian culture. And then it's like the colonized mind, like, no, it's African culture. So it's all over of people being like, oh, you know, I was taught this way, so this is what I believe I am. But then it just goes back to, how long are we going to listen to these people? How long are we going to turn to science that introduces a new pseudoscience every generation, and then 3-4 generations down the line, they apologize and say, oh, that's fake. That was based on racism. That was based on whatever agenda at the time. But then we still have a need to be like, oh, well, science is always right, even though they're telling us they're wrong.
Right. And Dulcie has always said that. She's always said that. And she has gotten a lot of flack from that, you know, especially when she first started introducing that and talking about that and speaking about that, right? And teaching about that, she got a lot of flack. And now here we are. And look, she's right. More and more people are realizing that.
Well, but they have to wake up one day. Like I try to use the easiest things I can to say, do you remember going to school with any? You know what I mean? I'm even like now. Even now, how many Africans do you actually go to school with?
Yeah, now it's way more. We actually go to school with Africans now.
Yeah,
And
I
my
definitely
family went to school with Africans. No, I definitely went to school with Africans.
Somebody got
Does that mean
it's double?
No, because I've actually dealt with that whole, like, yeah, like my parents don't want me to be your friend like that, or just, you're not like them, so yeah, you can be our friend because you're not lazy like them, you're on the top of your class and all this other stuff. I just don't want those bad influences on my daughter, son, blase. But you're an international baccalaureate, I like that. And like I dealt with all of that. And then I was international baccalaureate growing up in school. So we even knew, like, what we would do is we would take assessments at the end of our senior year. And that would be if you're going to get college credits or not, how well you did on the assessments. We knew if it was going to Africa, then they were going to be unfair to us. They would have British people, like, for instance, we would have like to do a speech or something that you have to do as far as for English or Spanish or something, history. So we would do our speeches and they would hate that we say like. But a British person could be like, um, and they would give them top scores. But because we said like in the middle of it to try to gain our thought processes of what we were going to say next, they'd be like, oh, failed the assessment. So I'm actually one of, I think it was like 40 of us that were 1 point off as far as getting college credit. And they resent them into the African that graded us. And I'm the only one that got the point to actually get it. 39 of us did not get any college credits because they scored us so low.
I ain't gonna even hold you though, CC. I went to school in DC. I graduated in '08. Like, it probably was 2 Africans at my high school, like literally. Even then, at that time, like, and they stuck out like a sore thumb. Like, you could just tell, you knew that, they were different from us. I could just always tell. Like, it was on, like I said too. And even in my 4 years of high school, there was like maybe one white person that was at my high school, but they eventually transferred. But my school is probably one of the oldest high schools in DC. And now it has more of a white presence than it did when I was going there. So you could just see like the reflection of the times and how much more diverse DC is, in light of gentrification and other things that, plays a role in how communities change, especially when it comes to rebuilding and things like that. So I've never really actually seen them in my public schools, like where I went to school in particular. But like now that I was able to get out a little bit more, and I coached a high school where it was super diverse in DC, but it was way uptown. So it definitely depended on what part of town you was from, and things like that depended on how much diversity you'd actually see. But like now it's just more of that.
And I think it's because I went to white schools. I know a lot of people, if you're around all Black people, usually those communities have been Black centered for very long periods of time. So you don't see a lot of that. But I was like, my first elementary that I went to in Schaumburg, Illinois, I was literally the only Black person in my grade. And then I think my brother was the only Black person in the grade above me. And then there wasn't another Black person until like 3 grades up. And literally you could count us like in that school. So that's where, they, again, colonized cultural. They're going to go to white institutions because they feel like those are the best institutions. So if you go to those type of schools, you're going to see a lot of Africans. But Jamar, I know he was saying, oh, like is annoying. Why isn't it's the same thing. People are just gathering their thoughts. I forgot what the word is called, but those are different words that are used, like when you are gathering your thoughts of what you want to say next.
Yeah,
So
how
it's
many
not
times
about
Obama said
okay,
in his presidency?
exactly.
Every
It's not
time
about
Obama,
okay liking,
that long
annoying, but if
Obama.
you're gonna grade us, on the fact of being saying okay, you need to be able to formulate your thoughts without using those type of words, then how can you give a British girl that says the whole time and give her it was like 0 out of 5, give her a 5 while she's but then an American says like a few times and now she gets a 2 because that's so unintelligent for her to talk like that. That's crazy. And I didn't say that. That's why I passed. But it's still the thing of the hatred. That's like a hatred of Americans. If you're gonna do that, but not put all the other British and Western societies to those same standards because you consider them smarter than us.
All right, ladies. So I want to kind of shift the conversation a little bit. I mean, if anyone else has something to add, I would love for you to add it. And
No, I
then
was just gonna say we was taught that in school too, Dulcie. The same thing with the and the like and all that.
Right, not to say it, but it's just messed up that they see us as so dumb. They see us as the way we talk, the American style English. That's so dumb in comparison to real English because they speak real English in the UK. And really it's like so many Africans that really feel that way. We're the dumbed down Western society to them.
Wow. It's crazy. And I'm gonna just keep my mouth shut on what I think.
yeah. So first, I know we had a quick. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. We had a quick dialogue in the back. I know we were talking about our thoughts on the election and certain policies, and just where we are in terms of what we think so far, and with a few days out. I would really love to just show a couple of clips and then we can go ahead and, just give our commentary and what we think is going to happen and how close this is looking. And, just things like that. Us as women, we all have different perspectives, I think, but at the same time, they're valid perspectives. And it's very important that, we obviously speak on this because this is going to be another history changing election. And I mean, I think a lot's at stake when we're talking about who's going to get the help that they need within the next 4 years and how the next 4 years will look. And so I'm excited. And I guess we could start here. We're not going to play too much of it, but I think that, I want to start here. Hold up, y'all. Where is that? Where is it? Boom. Let's start here. Okay.
Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There is no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss, sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in
her?
all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
During that time, you said repeatedly that the border was secure. When in your mind did it start becoming a crisis?
I think we've had a broken immigration system transcending, by the way, Donald Trump's administration, even before. Let's all be honest about that. I have no pride in saying that
Okay. So where would we like to start? And hold on. And before we start, when I mean history changing, we have one person who's going to come in and they're going to stop this influx of migrants that we see, the influx of, particular people who are criminals from their country being released into our society. And soon they will take over this society with one president or one option. Okay. And then the other option is going to get it out of here, whether they like it or not. And yeah, so to answer your question, that's what I mean by history changing, because what I see now is a huge influx of this, and soon it's gonna be out of our control. So back to the topic at hand. So I don't know who wants to start, but I mean, I can replay it if you guys aren't clear. I think ultimately I was just trying to highlight that particular the catch and release, that particular policy that allowed people to be released into society that got that young lady killed.
I want to say, I'm gonna start off by saying that these are all just opinions, because I don't want nobody to be mad at me at whatever I might say, because I had said I wasn't gonna say nothing at all. I want to say I'm sorry for the loss that the parents took place with their children being taken from them. But we have had an immigration problem for a very, very long time. When Donald Trump was in office, he did not stop the immigration problem. So I don't even want that to be made to appear that he did. I know he talks a lot about what he doesn't want and what he wants to stop. He just didn't do anything about it, so we, I don't think we can just blame Kamala Harris and Biden, because I think there's always been immigration problem. But that's just my opinion on it. I think it's just always been one. But I guess they're the president and vice president now, so I guess they're going to get blamed for it anyway. And I'm not taking any sides on that because somebody lost their child. I'm just saying it's always been a problem. And like the man said, it was in the early parts of them coming into office, meaning I guess it was never stopped in the first place. So I don't know. It's always been a problem. So
I'll jump in here because it has always been a problem. I'll say that I commend Anderson Cooper because he's seen as like a Democrat, of course, since he is part of the alphabet community and different things like that. So people expect him to be like the white Lemon. But he actually grilled her. He actually asked her real questions. And the main thing about it is that even though Trump didn't build a wall, his executive orders did put a pause. So immigration was still happening, but not at the heights of the beginning of the Joe Biden and Kamala administration, to the point that they said his executive orders were done. That was one of their main talking points. As soon as we're in office, we're going to take out all his executive orders. But now they've reinstated those same executive orders that they said were dumb, that Trump had, to slow down the process of immigration. So when she was asked about that, like when did they stop being dumb, since now you guys are turning to it and you felt so strongly against it before, so much so you took it away and then had this large influx, like what changed? And I think she would be more genuine if she would just say, hey, what changed is I thought that this was the way. I didn't think that that executive order was the way, because maybe I was going for the dreamers. It was stopping some of the other people, but then I saw that now we're having an influx of criminals that are coming in, and those executive orders weren't bad. I'm allowed to change. I'm allowed to take good ideas. But instead of that, saying those things, it's just so disingenuous for her to just go around it or be like, well, Trump or anything like that. Address the actual question that was stated. So I would love for her to talk about what happened between being like, these executive orders are criminal, we hate them, to now establishing them at the end of your political your 4 years, right before an election, to make yourself look good when it comes to immigration.
I'm glad you pulled up that video, Sharice, because I was going to ask you to share an article, because I think it's important to understand why this has become a crisis. Like what happened when Trump left office and Biden came into power. That sort of, we see this impetus and we see this now crisis of the migrants. And for me, to Freedom's point, you're right, Freedom. There's always been a problem with illegal immigrants or immigration. Absolutely. My sticking point with Vice President Harris, whenever she's been asked, her personal belief system, and how does she feel in regards to migrants or illegals getting the same access that we have, she's always said, because she feels like, because they are a human being in essence, right? That they are entitled to the same quality of life that we have. They are entitled to have access to healthcare, school, X, Y, and Z. And I completely disagree with that. You take care of home first. You take care of home first. And especially when we have so many veterans and homeless, we have a lot of people in shelters, a lot of people, whose housing is in jeopardy, that these resources need to go to. You should be taking care of home first. So I'm glad you're going to replay the video. I don't need to share the article, because I was going to share the article and talk about, how this happened, why this became not just an issue or a problem, but why it's now a crisis. And to be honest, and because she's been getting so much heat over this issue, I do hear her changing her tone and sort of like her answers now to the question, where she's like, we're going to, create more jobs for border agents, try and give the border agents more resources and stuff like that, because she's been getting a lot of heat, because the past 4 years have been, in my opinion, a dismal disaster when it comes to this.
Okay, and I think that's wonderful what you said, Dot. Sorry, I was just saying to commend Dots for saying a problem versus a crisis. Like, it's one thing when you have an epidemic come out versus a pandemic. What happened with the seed? Well, I won't go into that, but just that there's things that's a problem, but then there's things that are magnified into a crisis. So it was always a problem, but now it's a crisis.
I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm not trying, like I said in the beginning, with the situation of the immigrants, I don't know which way to go with that. I'm not trying to save her. I'm not trying to make excuses for her and Biden. I just know the facts is the facts. And actually, I guess you can look at some channels and hear that Trump was doing something, which is no proof that he did anything at all when he was in office concerning the immigrants. But and I can go on some channels and hear that they're actually that did better than Trump did when he was in office concerning the immigrants. And yes, way back 4 years ago, I can see where the Mexicans was taking over all the McDonald's and everything. I can see where the Hindus was taking all over all the hotels and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, with that, I really don't have a comment. I'm not, like I said, the immigrants, I'm not with all that with the immigrant stuff. I'm not in agreement with that. So I'm not trying to save anybody with that situation. So I'm just sorry that the people lost their babies with that. The whole United States is immigrants. As far as I'm concerned, not being smart enough, but I know we're American to this land, but everybody else immigrants, as far as I'm concerned, and they all get
And Sharice, after you play this, can you bring up when Trump had those executive orders to slow down immigration?
Sure. I can go ahead and see what I can pull up really, really quick. Because the only thing that I had on cue was Biden overturning certain immigration policies. So I do have that, and I don't know if that's going to highlight what you actually.
Make sure you play.
Make sure what? Which one?
Let me mute.
There's an echo. I sent her one where they came up with a plan and a policy, and Trump messed their plan up. So it's like I said, that's why I don't really say too much about it, because with this immigration thing, they just need to why is the big argument? Just put more people at the border and start doing stuff about it. They need to just do stuff about it.
No, I was gonna try to find that. I don't think we should play a video on that particular one. I was trying to find it word verbatim, because from what I hear from people is the earmarks in that is why the Republicans were against that plan. So I want to know what the earmarks said in it. Well, no, earmarks. You know what earmarks are?
What are they though?
Okay, so when people have a legislation or whatever that they end up knowing that this is a big deal, the American people want this to be a resolution, whether it's like immigration, whether it's the gas prices, so on and so forth, and they want to give legislation to fix that problem. What they do is they will have particular issues that they want to address as well, and they'll put earmarks in that legislation that has nothing to do with the legislation at hand, but they'll throw certain things in under the table, saying something like, yes, we're going to have this bill that builds a wall, immigration or anything, but also simultaneously an earmark saying, but the immigrants that are already here are going to be entitled to a $5,000 check. And then they're like, whoa, 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 where's that coming from? Why are you putting that in? So both parties do it. This is not just something that just Democrats do, Republicans, et cetera, et cetera. This is part of politics. They put little earmarks in as far as for their constituents or their private organizations that they work for, whatever they're doing, to be like, okay, while we're passing this bigger issue, let's go ahead and put this in for our people too. So what I'm hearing is it's the earmarks that were in that bill that actually got it turned down by the Republicans. And I would like us to actually see what it said, of why Republicans went against it.
Well, they've said it more than once that Trump knocked down something that they came up with that would have helped stop the immigrants.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That legislation that they're saying Trump put down. They're saying that the Republicans had the Democrats put earmarks in that particular legislation that was against some of the Republican perspectives, and that's why they turned it down. And I'm that's why I was saying that maybe we can find the actual legislation itself so we can know what the bill said. Judge Joe Brown was talking about that and on our platform as well as in on Sonetta's, and Jabari was trying to cut him down as far as for the lynch bill. But it was a fact of what he said about the lynch bill that yes, they did produce an anti-lynching bill that was supposedly supposed to address hate crimes, but the earmark of that bill was now if you did that to the alphabet community, like if you punch them, if you do anything as far as because you're in the club with the trans and they didn't say anything and now you turn against them and you're fighting them, that would be considered lynching as well. That was part of the anti-lynch bill. So the people, so what people that are against that, like what? Don't throw that in there. They end up turning those bills down because of those components, and then they say, oh, they are against the anti-lynching bill. They don't want that to be a hate crime, so on and so forth. But they don't talk about the little earmarks that they try to throw into the legislation.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not with. I don't like it when I go to the Dunkin' Donuts and everybody in there is immigrants. I don't like it when I go now to the McDonald's and everybody in there are immigrants. I'm not saying, I really don't have too much to say about that. I'm just sorry that people's children were killed.
Cherise, you okay? Calling the host.
Sorry, I'm over here searching. I'm sorry.
I do know. I do know.
I can. You want me to share? I was going to say I can share.
I would love it. I would love it. But I don't know. I was just looking for different things that maybe we could pull up to probably support what Dulcie is saying, and that's what I was doing. Sorry.
Why, Cherise? Why would you just pull up something to support what Dulcie is saying and not support?
No, not like that.
No.
I mean, see, here you go. I told you we was going to
do this. Don't mess with me about Kamala tonight.
Like just whatever efforts were made to stop this influx of this mass immigration situation, I do think, that does need to be acknowledged.
Yeah,
because
isn't there nobody at the border? I mean, I'm just like saying, like,
yeah, you didn't ask Kamala Harris and them that. Why wasn't she up there?
Why would she be there? Now, why would she be standing?
Why not? She ain't no work. Like, ain't she the borders are or whatever?
No, I'm just saying, but why? No, at any of the times. I'm talking about not even just when Biden and Kamala was there. I'm talking about when any of the presidents were in. Why weren't something set up from years and years and years and years ago? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't they have like jobs? Like, how we got police officers? Why didn't they have people at the borders so nobody can't come in them? Like, why wouldn't that be somebody's job? Security people there.
That is her job. As she's the border czar. That's her job. She's
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about why, why wasn't this somebody's job? Oh, Sakina said they do. I don't know how they getting in then. I mean,
some people come here legally, and a lot of people is coming illegally. There's people who actually go about the process correctly, and then there's there's a huge influx of people from over 150 countries by the millions are walking over, right? So that's weird.
And y'all, I found it, and it has DNA in it, so we should definitely go over it. I'm about to put it in the back. What you do is, it pulls up the HR information of like how, when it was passed, where it was passed in, so on and so forth. But then you have to go down of the page, and then it will introduce the full text, the full bill. And I think we should go into, because I just saw like that they said part of it was to require DNA and biometrics from all immigrants coming into the country. So I would like to read that part. I think that'll be interesting. It'll be my first time reading it. Did y'all?
That's what you're talking about. That's probably something different.
No. This is the bill. This is the HR bill that we're talking about. I found it. You have to read the full text. It's a full text document. So that's what a lot of happens with these legislation when they're telling us they're trying to introduce great legislation. Most of us aren't going to sit down and read 100 pages of legislation to know what it even says. We just take them at verbatim. And me and Sharice were having a conversation about this, and I think we'll go into it a little later, because that's why I wanted to bring up the Milgram experiment, Sharice, because we just take authority, whatever authority says on it, is it, and we don't have to research it. We don't have to know it for ourselves. As long as an authority says this is what it was for, this is what it's about, then we just are so trusting of that. But I'm putting in the full text in the background, and it's going to be my first time really going over it too, so we can just go over what sections they had and what the bill was actually for.
Okay, so I think that's great. That's really good, because I'm interested in that as well. This is the article that I was talking about, and the Pew Research Center is respected on both sides, considered credible. Just putting that out there. So, Sharice, I don't know if you want to scroll down as I read, but this explains sort of what happened during the transition when Trump left and then when Biden-Harris came in, and why this immigration or this migrant issue was a problem, but now it turned into a crisis. So here's the article, and I'll just, I don't know, do you guys see that as I'm scrolling down?
You're good.
Okay, so I won't read the whole thing for sake of time, because I do want to hear that bill that Dulcie is talking about. So it says, since President, and this article was written January 11th, 2022. Since President Joe Biden took office in January 2021, his administration has acted on a number of fronts to reverse Trump-era restrictions on immigration to the United States. The steps include plans to boost refugee admissions, preserving deportation relief for unauthorized immigrants who came to the United States as children, and not enforcing the public charge rule that denies green cards to immigrants who might use public benefits like Medicaid. Biden has also lifted restrictions established early in the coronavirus pandemic that drastically reduced the number of visas issued to immigrants. So he overturned that, right? Because Trump put a restriction, an emergency ban on it. And then when Biden came into office, he overturned it. The number of people who received a green card declined from about 240,000 in the second quarter of the 2020 fiscal year, January to March, to about 79,000 in the third quarter, April to June. By comparison, in the third quarter of fiscal 2019, nearly 266,000 people received a green card. Biden's biggest immigration proposal to date would allow more new immigrants into the United States, while giving millions of unauthorized immigrants who are already in the country a pathway to legal status. The expansive legislation would create an 8-year path to citizenship for the nation's estimated 10.5 million unauthorized immigrants. And now we know it's much more. Update the existing family-based immigration system, revise employment-based visa rules, and increase the number of diversity visas. By contrast, President Donald Trump's administration sought to restrict legal immigration in a variety of ways, including through legislation that would have overhauled the nation's legal immigration system by sharply reducing family-based immigration. I'll stop there. I don't need to click on the hyperlink. If y'all want to see just how much money was spent between the two administrations, because we can go into the bill. But I wanted to share this article because I do think that it's important to put into context how this problem turned into a crisis under the current administration. That's all. And this is from the Pew Research Center for anybody who would like to read it themselves or go into it.
Okay, so this is the act that they're talking about, Secure the Border Act of 2023. And if you scroll down, you'll see how it passed through the House and then it got stopped at the Senate. We'll go down, and where it says the act, it goes through the whole table of contents of everything that was included in the act. Can you blow it up a little bit, Sharice?
Let me see. Hold on. See if I can make it bigger. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good. So I mean, we can start on the DNA and biometrics. I do want to know what that says, but what sticks out to y'all? Where do y'all want to go first in this act?
Well, maybe start with the definition, so we're all clear, so everyone's clear, in case some people may not know about exactly what this is about and what each of these things would mean.
All right.
Well, no, you don't need to go into definition. I thought, don't worry about that, with that piece.
Okay, cool. Hold up. All right, there we go. Yeah, that DNA one, collection of DNA and biometric information, does look interesting at the border.
It's hard to see what.
Yeah, and then there's another one that says, right, like two above that, U.S. Customs and Border recognition of spiritual readiness. Like what?
Now you know they love them some God. Now you know they gonna always include God in something. You know that's their favorite thing to do.
How do you make someone spiritually ready?
Come to Christ.
They try to make the girls come on home, okay? It's too much for me. All right. I guess we all can just figure out where we would like to start, and we can just go from there, because we do need to understand what the hell was going on, okay? And why they did this, because look at that one. Eradication of narcotic drugs and formulating effective new tools to address yearly losses of life, ensuring timely updates to U.S. Custom and Border Protection field manuals. All kinds of.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and click on that one. Let's read what it says.
Oh, and I would love to know about the restrictions.
Yeah, the restriction of funding. Yeah, I was thinking we probably end with that. I'm sure that's going to be
that's interesting.
That's coup de grace.
All right. But when I clicked on it, it started right here. So I don't know why it's going back. Let me make sure. Hold up. Oh, bitch. Ain't nobody tell you do all that. Okay. Eradication of narcotic drugs and formulating effective new tools to address yearly losses of life, ensuring timely updates to U.S. Customs and Border Protection field manuals. In general, not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, and not less frequently than triennially thereafter, the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection shall review and update as necessary the current policies and manuals of Office of Office of Field Operations related to inspections at ports of entry, and the U.S. Border Patrol related to inspections between ports of entry to ensure the uniform implementation of inspection practices that will effectively respond to technological and methodological changes designed to disguise unlawful activity such as the smuggling of drugs and humans along the border. Hey, shut the door. Reporting requirement.
Oh, she sounded so cute. Sorry.
She's really a sweet pie. Y'all missed her in the back, but yeah. Anyway, reporting requirement. Not later than
her
90
mama's twin. She her mama's twin, girl. She's so cute.
Not later than 90 days after each update required under subsection A, the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection shall submit to the Committee of Homeland Security and the Committee of the Judiciary of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and the Committee on the Judiciary of the Senate a report that summarizes any policy and manual changes pursuant to subsection A. Up there. Section 118, publication by U.S. Customs and Border Protection of operational statistics. In general, not later than the 7th day of each month, beginning with the second full month after the date of the enactment of this act, the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection shall publish on a publicly available website of the Department of Homeland Security information relating to the total number of alien encounters and nationalities, unique alien encounters and nationalities, gang-affiliated apprehensions and nationalities, drug seizures, alien encounters included in the terrorist screening database, and nationalities, arrest of criminal aliens or individuals wanted by law enforcement, and nationalities, known gotaways, encounters with deceased aliens, and all other related or associated statistics recorded by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection during the immediately preceding month. Each
pause on the flag. Did the nationalities bother y'all? Did that bother y'all? Because it bothered me.
Y'all hear me laughing when I was saying and. Anyway, go ahead. Will y'all see this?
Hell yeah, that's a long ass run on sentence. That's girl.
And it makes me, I'm seeing that emphasis on nationality. So the main thing I was already feeling is like, okay, this is giving a lot of power to a few people. That's the first thing I was looking at. And then it's like that they put so much emphasis on and nationalities. It just seems like now we're going to be back into, okay, which nationalities are they going to say is doing this and which nationalities are the good aliens, the good immigrants, you know? What did y'all feel about what it's saying of and nationalities?
Well, we already know just by who's getting, our good old tax-paying dollars, right? The Ukrainians, especially in this era, the Ukrainians would be the good aliens, right? They would be the good immigrants. Of course, Israelis, they're the good immigrants. Who else are the good immigrants? Anybody from damn Europe, even though Europe technically is not going through, well, there are some European countries, but like that's not really going through major war. We know who the bad ones are, or the ones that
right, they don't like. But why it bothers me is because now you're putting the power in a few hands of people, and we know a lot of these hands are the hands that have been putting the drugs in our communities, putting the guns in our communities. So now, like, do they overlook certain drugs coming over as long as they put in the hood? Do they overlook certain guns, certain seizures as long as they're going to the hood? That's what bothers me when it says things like this in the emphasis, because we're having few people make these reports, and to me they can report anything. They can make their report saying anything or all this other stuff, while like how they have been doing, even though we know the CIA has been in a lot of our communities putting these things in it. So that's what I was like, and
Of course,
nationality
you're
that
not
many
gonna
times.
hear no story, though. See, you're not gonna hear no story because where they put it at, these are most of the communities that need the help from the people who doing it, and they helping the community with the money that they're profiting from. But they didn't know that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why I say you'll be hearing it, because look, they said it's going to be publicly available on the website of the Department of Homeland Security. So now this is public information. This group gets to say, this is what I want the public to know about these immigrants and their nationalities. But what about the other immigrants they don't want us to know about? What will
Oh
that
no,
be
no, no! I
publicly
was talking
available?
about the drugs in the community.
Oh
That's what
yeah,
I was
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. But do you think that they're going to be honest? Do you think that's going to be a problem? Do you think they will publicly give us information as they see fit, or what do y'all get from this whole little paragraph here?
No, because the thing about it is that they can always come up with statutes and codes to protect all of these things.
I was gonna say,
So
look,
that they
Freedom, you have support now. OTK's in a building. He's for Harris too. Now it's a little bit more balanced.
Whoa! See Dosey and Dots, boy, and Sharice. I tell you, me and Sister Freedom, dog, we out on the ledge.
Ladies, I am
We gotta walk the
I'm not
plank.
worried about
Not
it
gonna get
because
pushed off the ledge is what's gonna
let me
happen. I'm
see,
not
let
just
me
on
let
the
me
ledge.
let me see, let me say this though, OTK. I ain't worried about nothing but that project 225. when he
Yeah,
started
I
doing all
mean,
that.
Project 25 is something that is serious, and in
That's
case
very
people
serious.
don't know, but it also has a lot to do with Agenda 21. Man, y'all got to go back and look up that when Nancy Pelosi was young. That Agenda 21 about moving people off their property so they can make room and stuff. Man, listen, man, it's serious, y'all. All, all I tell
That
y'all to do,
project
take care
325
of your
is
family and the ones you love. Do as much
serious.
meeting as you can do. Do as much talking on the phone that you can do, because it's crazy. It's crazy right now. That's all I can tell y'all. And you know, I tell y'all that because I love y'all. Y'all my sisters. But I'm telling y'all, man, stay close to each other.
Yes.
Speak to each other, man, because it's wicked out here. And that's all. I'm sorry.
It is very
Shouts
wicked
out to
out
Cream
here.
Chief, man.
We need to have a whole show on that project 225. So I mean, we gotta take time, I guess, a whole week or so to
2025.
read it. Project 25. You know what I mean? But it's so wicked, and the things that are in it is so wow. It's just it's taking us back to a place we don't want to be, and it just won't just take us. It's going to take everybody back.
I have read a lot of it. I haven't finished it. I have read a lot of it.
So how
And
many
actually reading it, I'm not as scared of it as what they try to make it seem, because of the fact of, I'll tell you why. Because of the fact that a lot of it is not plans. It's not plans at all. It's just more Republican rhetoric and BS. So there's no real plan. There's just like, we stand against the alphabet society. We stand by this, we stand by that, but there's no real plan or legislation that's in it. Why this is scarier than that is because this is legislation. This is saying by the 7th day we gonna do this, by the 13th day you got to do this group of people are going to be in charge of all these little things. That definitely is going to affect us. Project 2025 is just like Republican porn. Well, I'm just saying, but what I read it. It's Republican porn. It's just all their thought processes put in a book, but it has nothing about any plans of legislation or anything of what I
All right.
read
Well,
tonight.
Dulcie, this is the main things that scared me about that 2025. One of the things is he's gonna get rid of like the Supreme Court. He's also trying to get rid of.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on.
Peace,
He's
Cerise,
also
peace.
trying to get
I need to
rid
know
of
who's the
the.
he though.
Chief Waladay. Peace, Sakina.
Peace. But I got to get some clarity though. Who's the
Oh,
he?
my bad. Peace, Chief.
Peace, OTK. But
Yeah.
I just came into the conversation. But who's the he?
Okay, Trump. This 2025 agenda.
Okay, flag on the play, brother.
That's fake news.
I think you missed it. We went over this. Trump don't have nothing to do with the project.
Yeah,
So Heritage Group part of Project 2025. But I digress.
No, hold on. The reason why he has a lot to do with it, because if he gets in the chair, he can push it.
His name is
and he is behind it.
Times. 320 something times his name is mentioned in it.
I understand that, but he was not. He's not the author of
Can I just give y'all my two things that scare me real quick about him? That's it.
Well, I think what you're talking about though, OTK, because in Project 2025 and doing away with the Congress, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that in Project 2025. That's why I was saying, as far as like, I think Trump had said something about that in a speech, but it
Right.
doesn't have
So
that.
what I'm
It doesn't
telling you
have
is,
that in
baby,
Project 2025 at all.
exactly. It would not exactly. It would not be visual to you, but he's saying this is what he's going to implement. But other than that, he's already pushing the 2025 shit, because that's pretty much his shit that he set in place when he was in chair a while back. This be for real now. These are things that he set in place.
That's a flag on the play, bro.
Hey, hold on. Can we put a pause in this and come back to Project 25 with the actual? Yeah, hold on. I'm saying something real quick and listen, because listen to what I'm saying, because we're putting a pause in an actual document for us to actually read what the Secure the Border Act is, to talk about what Project 2025 is without it in front of us. So if we want to switch the conversation to Project 2025, can we at least pull it up? Because then there's no opinion of what it says. We should really read what it says, or go over this act of what it says.
What I'm telling you, things that scare me about Trump right now, and one of the things that scared me about Trump was that about him getting rid of somebody higher than him. And the second thing was he was talking about not taking police to court or nothing like that when they do stuff like that. Those are two things that scare me, and he never clarified that on what he meant by that. You know what I mean? Police already have some kind of immunity, but they still will get prosecuted by federal government. So if we get rid of the federal government or the federal judge system, then they will not get prosecuted on the high level. So if the state find them innocent, that's a wrap. That scares me, having kids. I'm just telling you what scares me.
Hey, bro, it's some more misinformation, brother.
It's things about Kamala that scares me too now.
Hey, OTK, that's more misinformation, brother. Just real quick, right now the federal police their hands are tied as it pertains to these illegal immigrants, brother. So what they have done, they have taken one part of it and said, "Oh, this applies to you niggas," and want us to be scared. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. But when Trump say he's not gonna bring
I can't let you do that though. You know what I'm saying?
When they murder,
but you're being afraid for no reason though.
If they murder one of our kids out on the streets, they will not
you're
be
afraid
brought
for no
under
reason,
prosecution.
It's
Don't
okay.
tell me he didn't say that. He said that.
Bro, all you gotta do is pull it up, bro. No, what should scare you is Biden and Kamala and blocking us, tens of thousands of us up, brother.
Yeah, all they ass being medicated too, Preem.
Trying to turn boys into girls, brother. The eugenics society, everything. So all this, the rhetoric that the media and all the other stuff that they push on this dude right
All
here
right, well, let me
is
ask you
does
this.
not
Let
have
me ask you
nothing to
this,
do.
Preem.
It has
Preem.
nothing on this right here, fam. Nothing.
All
These
right,
people right
Preem.
here are
Let me ask
the
you
worst
this.
ever.
Everybody worrying
Peace,
about
y'all.
her with
Trump
you
can't stop
changing woman. If
homosexuality.
men want to
What are you
change the
talking
woman,
about?
if woman want to change the man, everybody talking about that. But don't act like we didn't grow up or we didn't see people who was
Funny.
bisexual or whatever like that growing up.
Trump can't stop
No, bro,
So
that
if
ain't
they
the, that ain't
want
the
to
point.
change,
That's not the
if
point.
they want to change,
That's not the point. They were in our
I give
community.
it fair
The
choice.
LGBTQ is not in our community, sir.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't.
Okay.
Yes, because it was getting crazy. I was like, whoa, where's the reset? But Trump can't stop homosexuality, baby. I don't care what you say. Trump
Okay,
can't
hold on
stop
for a second because someone just joined the panel and I just wanted to give her an opportunity to speak since she hit the link. Sakina Muslima, how are you?
Hello, how are y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Miss Sakina.
Hey, Sakina,
Hello.
sis.
What's up,
Yes.
Freedom? So, I just want to start off by saying I'm not on any side when it comes to the election because I feel either way, is no good way to go. But since we're speaking about immigration, I want to know how y'all feel about. I've been saying just we already know that America right now it was built on white supremacy and it still exists today. And right now, white people are the majority, or who are recognized as white are the majority. And a part of that comes from European immigration early on. Not only did they allow it, they actually encouraged it for European countries. And they always have had a issue with non-European countries, not just melanated countries, because they had the issue with Asian countries at one time too. But the point is, not with them. And they want to stay the majority, and they feel like they already are at jeopardy of extinction. They are not having babies like they should. So that's one point. And then the other point, just a few decades ago, in them same town halls that they standing and fighting and saying they don't want the immigrants in our neighborhoods, they're dangerous, they were saying that about us just a few decades ago, not wanting us in their neighborhoods. We were dangerous, we was this. So I just don't feel like we should be jumping on that bandwagon with the oppressor, trying to keep another minority out when they look at us as minorities as well. So I just don't think it's our fight.
All right.
All right.
So thank
So
you so
thank you. Yeah, thank you. Can I say something about Ellis Island in comparison to this? Because I'll say one thing, because we all know as far as everything that happened with it. One thing I'll say is Ellis Island is very well documented. That's the biggest European, like what you were saying, Sakina, immigration that we had. It's well documented of the people that came over. And a little thing that's scary to me as far as with this immigration in comparison to that one, because yes, of course, they used it to colonize or anything and everything. But now there's these agendas like we were reading before, and in that where I was saying I was scared about it being like these are the people that get to record what's going on, and they're recording the people in their nationalities. One thing that they've been using immigration to do is to put different things in our community, is to be like putting the drugs, the crack air, the all this other stuff. We know that it starts off with Venezuelan war or something, and they put these people in our communities, and then that's where all this widespread of the drugs, all this widespread of the guns and different things like that. So I'm weary of it, and the difference of not to be like, oh, they're just targeting immigrants and being like, oh, they're bad. No, that they're letting all these people come in illegally and saying it's legal because they are so-called asylum seekers, and we're not even addressing that these are the type of tools that they did before, when it was the crack era, when they put all these AKs and all these semi-automatics in the hood and got them to young boys. And we complain and say, oh, it's a damn shame of all our kids and how we're killing each other or whatever. Well, where they get the machinery to start killing each other? They didn't make it. They didn't make those AKs. So we have to talk about the agenda, that what is happening with these immigrants that are coming in, because they're utilizing them against us. And I do believe, yes, it comes down to voting too, but I don't voting isn't the scary part of immigration in the way that they've used it in these years. Voting is the lowest level of why it's so scary, of how they're letting these asylum seekers in that are these peddling these drugs, peddling these guns, and they're coming at us. They're not doing it in the suburbs peddling that stuff. They're coming straight to the hoods of Chicago, the hoods of Baltimore. So it is a scarier thing, and we can talk about the original immigrants, but we have to talk about what immigration means in the present day and what these agendas are that are tied to it.
Yeah, I also want to just play this quick little clip real quick, because I think that people really don't understand how much that this really does affect us in so many ways. And like I can understand the perspective of it's not our fight, but it's not about it necessarily being a fight per se, but this is more so like an impact that this is having and will continue to have. You know, as we continue to, you know, matriculate through our lives, we're going to see this huge impact. So I just want y'all to listen to a little bit of what this woman had to say. I showed this before my channel, but since there's new people tuning in, you know, I think it'll be great to just show, you know, what these two women thought about all of this and the impact that it is having on us. So let me just play a little bit of it and we can just comment.
I serve on the board with Kathleen on there, but I'm also the Director of Membership Development for Project 21 Black Leadership Network. And I think that's important to understand. We are a center-right organization. So I'm saying this to say that the majority of the people that actually call or I come in contact with usually are center-right. Something has changed. I get more phone calls from elite Black liberals than I do from conservatives or people who lean conservative that are Black. And what has changed over the last 2.5, 3 years? Illegal immigration. I get phone calls at 11 o'clock in the morning from pastors, from leaders of NGOs, from community leaders, asking for my help, that would never have the same policy and believe in the same policy issues that I do. But they're asking for help because for the first time, the straw that broke the camel's back is mass illegal immigration in Black communities. I have a large network in Chicago of Black pastors who called and said, can you help us? There's reality and there's perception. And we need to not understand how powerful perception is. Here's the perception of African-American males. They think that illegal mass immigration of illegal immigrants in their community is so that they can swap out Black people for brown. They believe that they're put there deliberately to take those jobs. Low industry, low skilled jobs that are historically held by African-American males. They believe that they're there to displace them so that they don't have economic power so they can be pushed back. Second, they believe that they're there so that they can take control of their community. I hear from leaders in Black urban communities that bid you don't lean right are saying to me that they're meeting with people and they're seeing these immigrants in their community actually recruiting members to be gang members. Why? Because they want to take control of the community. They believe that there's a plot to make sure that there is no Black ownership of businesses, of housing, because they have deliberately planted all of the illegal immigrants purposely in minority communities to sow discourse. The last thing that I would hate to say, but it's true, is that they believe that the left is deliberately setting up a scenario where there's going to be a racial war not between Black and white, but between Black and brown. The fact that the majority of the illegal immigrants that you've seen in the last year are actually male, military age individuals. A lot of those individuals have been incarcerated, gang members, all of these situations. That we have a community that the Biden, I call him lock him up Joe, right? Now he didn't just take fathers out of the house, he took fathers out of the community completely. So there's already a shortage of Black males in the community. Now you're putting mass amounts of Black Army ready illegal immigrants in there. What do you think is going to happen? Now, perception is a powerful thing. For the first time, you have Black males who historically lean left that are all of a sudden moving to the right. Why? Because economically, they're being pushed down the ladder, and these other people are coming, illegal immigrants that are being pushed forward and on the pedestal. Imagine this, and I was thinking about this. The average income, median income for African Americans, just nationwide, $35,700 a year. That's somebody that's doing well. That's the median income. That translates to about a little bit over $31,000 a month pre-tax. $3,100 a month pre-tax. If you add in the 15%, because they still have to pay tax, that's about $2,600 a month. From that, take away rent, which the average was $1,500 a month. In Chicago, $1,800 a month. If you're lucky, you can share an apartment with somebody, maybe not. So you're deducting that. Now you got to take out your transportation costs. You have to take out your food costs. Legal immigrants can come into this country. They get $2,200 a month for SSI. They get free rent. So let's add that. $2,200.
Free rent. I don't mean to yell, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, think about all the points you were saying. Like, that's the problem. This is the problem that it is. It's not that it's just we're against brown people or anything, or we're only against minorities. But no, listen to what is happening. They are having a mass influx of not immigrant children, of not immigrant women. There's a mass influx of men, and I don't like that she said military age, because it makes it seem like they're for military in their country. No, most of them are criminals. There's a mass influx of criminals, and where do they come to?
It's the same shit.
I get it because you say that, but to me, tying the military because it's something that people have an esteem for. Not everybody, of course, I don't and stuff, but I'm saying like a lot of people respect military serving your country or whatever. That's not the people that they're bringing in. They're bringing in people that are criminals. That's why I'm like, y'all not see Snowfall? That's the same thing that's happening again, and that's exactly how the crack epidemic happened. Because Snowfall, there's a war. There's all these immigrants coming in, and then the CIA is taking those drugs and putting it into our community, taking those guns and putting it into our community. They're not putting it with the white people, they're giving it to us. So that's the problem. We're not just looking at them and being like, oh, we just tired seeing people's faces or tired of seeing immigrants. No, we're talking about the real problems that are coming in with immigration today.
I think they
can I ask a question?
And the white people giving it to us. That's why I think they got more connection with the white people.
The white people are going with these brown people to get them. That's what crack was. The white people, yes, put it in our, but where did they get it from? They got it from the brown people to put it into our communities.
That's what I'm trying to say. They got a more relationship with them. But go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sakina.
Created in the neighborhood over here. They did not bring crack. They brought coke. Well, they didn't even bring coke. That was already over here.
Yeah, I think this question. I think Sakina said she had a question.
Yeah. So when she was referring to just immigrants, not illegal immigrants, because
no, she said illegals, clear as day. Definitely.
So I'm not understanding because illegal immigrants don't have the right to. They can't get like a I-10 number,
but they are getting it. That's what she's saying. They're getting it.
Because we hear illegal immigrants and then we separate asylum seekers away from illegal immigrants. Legal immigration is a process. You have to go through a whole process of, you can't even work at first. You have to be here for you have to be allowed to be here first through the paperwork. Then once you get the proper paperwork to come here, then you have to allot a certain amount of time before you can get your green card. Then you have to allow a certain amount of time before you get permanent residency, so on and so forth, to when you can do the proper testing for citizenship. So what people are saying illegal immigrants and putting asylum seekers into that, because asylum seekers don't have to do any of that. Asylum seekers, they just have to be from certain parts or areas where there's conflict. Where is there not conflict amongst the world right now? But put a pin in that. So now asylum seekers, they don't have to get the proper paperwork. They don't have to go through the certain processes. They don't have to get I-10. They can just come here, say, oh, I'm an asylum seeker, and then they do not have to have an I-10 to start getting their rent paid.
They got some city cards.
I'm in an asylum. I'm in an asylum city. I live my apartments I live in is straight Venezuelans. I'm telling you that they do not have to go through. They do not have to go through the same illegal.
They're using they're using the Joe Biden's policies, and it's calling an asylum. It's still illegal immigration. All they do is come across here illegally and then say they're seeking asylum.
Exactly.
So,
and then they do not have to. They bypass all the processes.
I want to address what you said earlier, though, about not siding with the oppressor. We're siding with America. The number one problem right now with everything is these illegal asylum seekers coming across the border. That's fucking up, and that's been fucking up. This ain't just because it's just now being shine some light on, and it's affecting the other communities. It's been affecting us for over 120 years, because it's the same playbook that the Bidens and the Trumps and the Harrises and everybody else have been using against our community to destroy us. So at this point, it's almost we don't. It shouldn't even be a conspiracy anymore. That's that. My thing. Everything that she's saying, we've been saying this. We've been showing this. We've been right. And to her credit, that she's saying stuff, and not the people that's leaning left. Well, all the people that's kissing the ass is the problem. Is right. She keeps saying fucking black. That's the fucking problem. The problem is we're not fucking Africans. The problem is the people that she's talking to are funded by the, I'm gonna use it, the Zionist Jewish organizations who fund all these NGOs, all these non-for-profits, all nigger organizations in the United States of America and everywhere else that they fucking touch. That's the fucking problem. And nobody wants to address the fucking problem. Now, if anybody's not paying attention,
Every time we say the F
we're not paying attention. We as niggas, the whole racist situation, it's these race hustling niggas wouldn't have a job. The NAACP wouldn't have a job. They wouldn't get more Jewish funds to push our heartstrings about reparations and do all these other things. It's not black and white. It's evil motherfuckers against regular people. We just keep putting it on all these other people. That's a problem. So
And can I add something to what you're saying?
Hold on, real fast. We push an inferior mindset when we talk about the shit that we're saying, and then try to. It's just really, it's really, most people are just speaking and moving off of fear. They have never read Project 25, just like they never read the 3/5 Compromise or the Emancipation Proclamation or any of this shit that shows you that we're not slaves. We never came off no fucking boats from Africa, and these people never owned us. Matter of fact, we owned them. So we got to stop the bullshit, and it's a psychosis that is harming us. It harms us as a community at all levels. So we all are sick. I'm not saying this. I'm not. I am too. But we're sick, and we gotta grow the fuck up as a community. But we gotta work together, because all these other communities in every city that y'all live in, Asians and Arabs and pale skins own the best real estate, live in the best neighborhoods in our communities off our motherfucking backs. And the agenda that the Democratic Party have is for them. So when they're talking about Kamala, I'm talking about building 1 million more houses for them. They're building your city right now for them, not for us. They want to put us in some low income ass shit. No, motherfuckers. Y'all have been illegally taxing us, illegally regulating us. Now, if it's Trump or Kamala was about taxing the regulations. We have a 20+ year history of what the fuck the Democrats are doing. And they are working with the Zionist media against Trump. And if everybody don't understand that, I think that's a problem in real time. Please stop saying Project 25 is anything. It's nothing but a manifesto. Some motherfuckers writing some shit that's religious zealots talking about, primarily against the barbecue community. And you know anything about the barbecue community, what they do is prop niggas up, effeminized ass niggas, or some hard ass women, and then they use niggas as a smoke screen, all this pro nigga shit, and the whole time they pushing transformer shit. Fuck off. This is the fucking problem, y'all, and we gotta, as men, first and foremost, why the fuck is men calling a sister about they fucking problems in they fucking community?
I don't know what he's talking about.
But can I
Y'all
say
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Y'all got it.
I get what you're saying as far as, and I want to say something as far as to what you were saying, because I don't know if you recognize it's me, Dulcinea, talking, and I was agreeing about the asylum seekers. It's a play on words. It's illegal immigrants that get to come here, and they don't come here legally because legally is a process, and they get to bypass that process, making them illegal immigrants. But also with it is now these legal immigrants. I just saw this another day of this Mexican girl crying, literally crying, busted out because she did come here legally. She did come here for opportunity. She did do all the processes. But now all the resources are going to the asylum seekers. They're not even giving it to these legal immigrants. They're not helping legal immigrants with housing. They're not offering legal immigrants to pay their rent. They're not doing that. They're giving it all to these asylum seekers, aka illegal immigrants that did not do the process, just came here by whatever, getting through, coming here through the swimming over here or by boat or going and escaping through the different parts of the wall. And now because they're asylum seekers, they're coming from a war zone, they are giving them things. And this is just a known thing that is happening. And a lot of people are not aware of this because they're not in the cities that Joe Biden deemed sanctuary cities. So when you're not in a sanctuary city right now, you're in whatever city, you don't have to see it. Dots has to see it. I have to see it. A lot of people around here have to see it. If they're in Chicago, if they're in Colorado, they have to see it because they're in sanctuary cities and they're seeing this illegal immigration and how it's affecting their cities. But there's a lot of misinformation going because a lot of people don't even know what a sanctuary city is and what Joe Biden described or what asylum seekers are. So that's why there's a confusion of what this immigration is.
Hold up. Dulcie, not Dulcie. Go ahead, Big Mama, and then I want to let y'all hear Miss Kathleen cook for a second, and then we could give more commentary because I only wanted to show this because I wanted people to really understand how this can turn into something else, and that's all.
Okay,
And that's all. But go ahead, Big Mama.
Dulcine has been talking about the silent seekers. So I'm just trying to, because I'm with Sakina on this one. So I'm trying to mentally make sure I got this right. So I'm just say I work in the welfare office. You walk in my office and I ask you for your information. You got to show me a paper, your green card, your slip from somewhere saying that you are legally here. Because I could easily call the people to come and get you. And I know that you can call the people and they will come put you behind in jail until they come and deport you. So you telling me that these people can just come over the border, walk in the welfare office, they don't have to show no information, and they're going to get them thousands of dollars worth of food stamps, places to live, and they're going to pay their rent. I'm so confused.
Yep, that's what happens. That's what happens here. They do not have to they don't have to have an ID.
They don't need anything. They don't need anything.
Because if that's the case, Americans would just be doing it. Say, I ain't from here.
Damn right. It just don't make no kind of sense whatsoever. I could see that they came over here legally, and they probably gave them this whole weird stuff. Gave them this extra stuff. But to walk in the door, my sister, I got 2 sisters work for social services. I swear I'm going to call them tomorrow and I'm going to ask them. Both of them work at the welfare office. And I'm going to call the DMV and ask them. And I'm going to call the matter of fact, I'm going to make it my point to call the welfare office here, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. And because that sounds crazy to me. That you could just walk up in there.
I can explain. I can give you an example, in real time freedom.
Wait a minute.
Oh my God. Okay.
Just a second. Yeah. That part. The oh my God part. It just I'm gonna ask what's the policy if you got an illegal. We're not talking about somebody with papers. I'm talking about illegal.
Make sure you say asylum seeker, though. Make sure you say asylum seeker. But can someone that's in a sanctuary city kind of educate you? Because Dots was talking about this before of the kind of things that they're out there.
Say that's what was you about to say, because I don't want y'all to go back in without Dots saying something else. I just want to take my 2 minutes. I just wanted to say I was kind of confused like Sakina too.
I was going to say that I can give you an example of how that works. So basically, because it's now we know that it has been a crisis. There's been monies that's been earmarked and been given to like nonprofit organizations in particular, whose sole focus is to assist the migrants, right? So that's one way that they've been able to get. They are illegal. That is correct. They're illegal.
No, I said legal.
But to be legal takes years and years, sometimes decades. So
they're helping people that have no ID. So Doc is talking about the people that have no ID, no paperwork, no nothing. So this is a person coming in, they don't have paperwork, they don't have an ID, and this is how they can get help, is what Dots is explaining right now. They do not have any paperwork. They do not have to prove that they're here through any paperwork. They go through these organizations, and what happens, Dots?
Right. And so what happens is because the monies are earmarked. No, this is real. I'm being very honest.
What's the name of these organizations?
Can I finish?
One is a Catholic church here that we have. They're called Catholic Helping Hands. Go ahead, Dots.
Another one is called Catholic Charities. You can look that up. Okay, so also if for businesses, so there's a local supermarket, it's like an organic farmers market, right? That I go to a lot in my neighborhood. And for up until about, I would say 2 years ago, the employees of the farmers market looked like me. Some were white, some were Hispanic, whatever. It reflected the neighborhood that I live in. You go to the farmers market now, and it's not just Hispanic people who may have papers now, but you know that they're migrants because they speak no English. So one day, this is very recent, maybe 3 weeks ago, I went in there and I had asked one of the workers or whatever. I saw they had the t-shirt on. So I said something like, what aisle is, let's say, the ketchup in, right? I forgot what I was asking, but let's just say, what aisle is the ketchup in? She looks at me and she goes, no hablo inglés, no hablo inglés. I say, what? Okay. I speak Spanish, so I eventually asked her in Spanish. I start paying more attention, and I noticed that all the workers in the little organic farmers market spoke Spanish. I go to the manager. He's white, but I go to the manager and I ask him, what happened to all the employees that usually been here, whatever? Why do I see more and more? He explains to me in less than 5 minutes, basically, that because of what's going on with the migrant crisis, the owners of the farmers market, the supermarket that I go to or whatever, they got business. They're not alone because they don't have to pay it back, but it's like an incentive. So if you hire for every migrant that they hired, right? They got more money, right? So it's not like it's a business loan per se, but it's like part of that earmarked money. My cousin owns a daycare. I spoke about this on our show. My cousin owns a daycare. This is a great example, an excellent example. Just this year when school started in New York City, September, just this year, August comes and the person that she deals with that helps her manage her daycare, whatever, calls her. And it's like, listen, Tasha, if you take 5 more of these migrant children, we're going to give you an extra $250 for every kid that you take. That's a fact. So that's how that works. And that's why it's a crisis. The same thing she spoke about being in Chicago. All you got to do is go on YouTube and put in Chicago town halls, and you will see nothing but Black people filled to the brim going off because their neighborhoods have absolutely been ran over with this. And when you have a large population of people coming, right? I don't care where they're from. I could care less where they're from, right? But when you have this influx of humans that are within a neighborhood, it is going to suck up the resources. And what's been happening in Chicago, for example, is that their community centers have been used as shelters now to house these migrants, right? Buildings that were, let's say, in development phase, they weren't ready necessarily to be rented out, but they are livable. Maybe they didn't get all the paperwork, the completion for, but they're livable. The migrants have been able to move in. So of course it's like, yo, what about us? Take care home first. So this is what it sounds crazy, Freedom. You're absolutely right. It sounds ludicrous. You're absolutely right. But that's the reality. That's what's happening. So.
And you're comparing Wilmington. Can I ask Sister Freedom something? Are you familiar
can.
with what a sanctuary city
But that's
is?
what I was saying. I just made this statement that in Delaware, they ain't giving nothing free to no illegal.
Right, but do you know what a
Yeah,
sanctuary
yeah,
city
I
is?
do. Okay, yeah, I can almost imagine with common sense of what it is. But I'm still saying,
Well, no, I'm not talking about common sense. I'm talking about, have you ever seen the policies of sanctuary cities and what they are?
there's the cities that are allowing them to be there. They're allowing them to come into your cities and be there illegally and get all the stuff that you're talking about.
But
So that's what it is.
but that's the thing. I don't
But
understand.
I'm
I
just
think it's
saying,
conflict. I'm sorry, Frida. I
no,
just
go
feel like
ahead.
it's a little conflicting information because
Mm-hmm.
what Dulcinea was referring to, that you get to the point where after all those years, when you get to the point where you take the test, that's to become a citizen. But there's many different statuses within the United States. You have resident aliens, you have non-resident aliens, you have people here on J visas, that's students. There's a lot of different statuses that you are not a citizen, but you're not illegal. And asylum is one of them.
No, I didn't. I didn't just say the citizen, Sakina. I brought up those statuses. Asylum is not one of them, though. That's not. That's a
No, Alicia, at my
non-paperwork.
job,
That's a non-paperwork status. So they do not have to have a residency. They do not have to have. They don't have any kind of ID number or anything. Asylum seeker does not have to have any of that. I was saying,
yeah,
as
you
far as
know,
the
there's
status
I
process.
don't get this.
there's a
You know, the thing is, if they
589.
getting all this money and food stamps and stuff, why they need to go live with people? I mean, because the way you're making it sound, they give them all this food stamps, thousands of dollars each week, each month, 2,000 stuff. Why they need to go and stay in somebody's house?
Because
They're
there's a
not
shortage.
staying.
There,
Yeah,
there's
they're not staying in someone's
like
house
in my
here.
neighborhood, there's a shortage of because that's why there's a crisis, Freedom. It's always been a problem, but now it is a crisis. That is the problem. So where are you housing these people? So you have to do unorthodox things to address the issue.
all these
So whereas before there was a process for housing, there was a process for food, there was a process for X, Y, and Z. But because there's a crisis, you have to sort of, you got to adapt real quickly. I told y'all before, in my city, the city hall sent out a letter to the residents basically saying, if you have a room and it's a livable room, we don't even care if it has a fire alarm or not. We don't. But if there is a room that you have or what have you, we'll provide you with the bunk beds, we'll provide you with the furniture for them or what have you, and you will get a stipend. They were giving us $1,500 a month to house a migrant. That is effect for 3 months.
They was giving you this kind of money. I'm just asking a question. They're giving you this. They're getting, not you per se, Dot. You know what I mean?
Right, I
In
understand.
general, I'm saying they're giving this kind of money for people to allow illegal aliens.
Yes, the migrants. Yes. Because, and this is why
precious Kamala and Joe Biden. Yes.
Right. That's why I showed the article and I said it's important to understand the context and why this is a problem. And that's why I showed that article from Pew Research Center. It explained to you what happened, why there was such a high increase of immigrants flooding into the United States in records that we have not seen before. That is why I shared that article.
Wow. No, I'm just was asking a question. That's all. I mean, people saying something about Kamala and stuff in the chat. And I'm just asking questions because it does sound off. Don't it, Sakina?
It definitely does, because I know that there are
too. I mean, I'm just saying. They asking why was I educated, because it sounds off. It do. I told you I'm gonna call around to the different. I'm telling you, I'm calling around Monday to the different welfare officers and asking them.
But if you call around in a non-sanctuary, that's why I keep asking about the sanctuary city. Because if you call around in a non-sanctuary city, how is that going to help you understand what's happening in sanctuary cities?
I'm gonna call them too. You
said okay. Yeah. Make sure. Which ones are they? Which states are sanctuary states?
I'll look it up just like you did. You said
I'm about to find the full text for you guys. So we can actually, and can we actually go through the full text this time? Because it's important. I get it. I get it that we like to listen to whatever the authority says about something and we believe them. And it's like this, but can we read it for ourselves to see what it says and then come up with our own conclusions?
Hold up, y'all. Go ahead, Sakina. I'm sorry. I know she's been trying to go ahead and get it.
I've been working for the government, and I worked in the city level, state, and federal level. And unless you're walking into some type of immigration affiliated situation with no paperwork, and then you sat down and it was in some type of asylum city and they had some type of benefit for you, and you walked out that building with some type of paperwork, you're not going to walk into any company. You're not going to any building to get a job with no paperwork. You just can't do it. And if that was the case, you would have Americans. What, you can do that? Just walking in places posing like, I ain't from here. Do y'all pay my rent? Can I get some food stamps? I just came over the border. And then it would just be an influx of just people. That just doesn't make sense.
Because that's exactly what happened.
I was about to say that's exactly what's happening. We have a huge.
I mean, come
Go
on.
ahead, Straight Smoke. Go ahead.
I gotta be told it's CBP1 app. See, what a lot of people don't understand is this. Everything you're seeing right now already happened in Europe with their immigrant invasion.
What is it called again? A CPP? What?
CBP1 app. That's the Biden administration app for all asylum seekers.
Okay, I'm gonna look that
But
up.
So
this has already. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
No, I do apologize. I just want to ask one question, then y'all can rock. If they are getting jobs and they are being hired, they're being hired by companies, which means unless they're being paid under the table, which is illegal,
Tyson Foods.
then that means they would have to be doing income tax and getting the W-2s and 1099s, etc.
That's not
what
true.
is it filed under?
That's,
They have no numbers.
okay. All right. Can I do a very quick brief?
No, can you tell me what the act is again? Let's actually pull it up.
He said app. He said app, APP.
Yeah, what is it? Can you say it again? And let's pull it up. Straight Smoke.
CBP1.
Global Pen Pioneer. I said that in Wilmington they
right.
doing that now.
Now, while y'all pulling that up,
Dulcie said they do that where, in Texas and maybe New York, big places like that. It's just not happening here, baby.
okay. So while y'all pulling up that app, can I play this quick clip about what's going on in New York City and Mayor Eric Adams addressing it, so that you guys are not thinking that like I'm just saying it or we're being foolish while you guys are pulling up the thing that Straight Smoke. Hey, Straight Smoke. Sorry if I didn't say hi. Here we go.
It's all good. I love and respect each and every one of you. Love you all. Sorry.
Thank you.
No doubt.
Arriving from Central and South America and West Africa, straining city resources. We got here tonight because of what the mayor said over the last 24 hours, and we want to walk you through all of this. The mayor saying the crisis, quote, will destroy New York City, unleashing his frustrations with a fury we haven't seen before, targeting the White House and governors, busing migrants to sanctuary cities, even calling the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, a madman. The White House responding tonight, defending their records, helping cities across the country. The crisis spilling into the largest school system in America. More than 1 million children returning to class today with 20,000 new students from families seeking asylum. The school system getting another $110 million to the budget, but there are worries that resources will still be stretched to the limit. The city's shelter system stretched past its capacity this summer. At one point, more migrants in city shelters than homeless Americans. Some asylum seekers were able to get beds inside hotels while others slept on the streets outside. Still, some parents are optimistic the city can handle the crisis. But now, more than ever, this issue spanning the border to cities thousands of miles away, and it's hitting close to home. NBC correspondent Valerie Castro has this.
We don't need to do the rest, not to take up the time from the show, but I wanted to show, and those are illegal. They're illegal. They're migrants. And that has never happened before in New York City. You would have never seen that many people outside of shelters. And when, as you know, and I don't know if you guys are aware, But if you have a child and you bring them, I don't know how y'all state do, but if you have a child, I don't care if you have papers or not, they are entitled to go to school K through 12. You cannot reject, you cannot deny any child, regardless if they have papers or not, right? Access to an education. So not only is it a problem with the housing, but it's a problem with the education system, because the school systems in New York City is already overloaded. Now 20,000 kids, that's undocumented. And the teachers, you don't know if they don't speak the language, they're not, well versed in the education system, and they are expected to teach those babies too. And our tax dollars are the ones that's paying for that free lunch. Our tax dollars are paying for them to get bused from the school to the hotel, from the school to the daycare. So this is in real life. This is not a joke.
Can I
And
go,
after
Doc?
this video, can you pull up? And after Straight Smoke. Well, I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying anything. Can I please just ask this question? After the video and all you guys talk, can you please bring up the U.S. code so we can go into the asylum seekers and what it says government policy wise for them? And then after that, can we bring up the CBP1 and look in the overview of what it says about it?
You want to get into the protected class, huh, Dulcie?
I just don't feel like we're doing a service to just be talking opinions back and forth and not actually reading what this stuff says, because we can read the policy, and that's what they rely on us not reading this stuff. They love that we don't read it because they can do whatever they want, and we will never actually read it to know.
Let me ask you this. Can I ask a question?
Well,
so because this, you see it right here on Google and this, because I pulled it right up, and we're just asking questions. It's not like we're saying like we know this. It just sounds a little awkward. That's all. But here's the thing. Since they are aware of this app, the CBP1 or what have you app, right? Why wouldn't they shut it down? Why wouldn't the government shut the app down?
Because it's a mandated government app.
Why wouldn't they shut it down if it's bringing so many immigrants in America and it's causing so much controversy? We can't house the people. We can't do this. And so why won't they just shut it down? Do you think there's something, do you think it's something behind all that as to why they wouldn't shut it down? They would let it continue.
Because they did their trial run in Europe, Sister Freedom. They did their trial run in Europe prior to what you're seeing now. And now they had to do the same resources. They generated the same resources from the same people and directed the people to come here.
No, you missing my point. I'm just saying America has the power to just shut the app down.
It is mandated by your federal government, aka Joe Biden. There is no shutting down a president.
Are you saying it's mandated to just keep it up no matter what?
No, because Biden is a federal. It's federal freedom.
It's
the reason why you're in this problem is because when Biden came in, Biden
I'm with you, Bad saying America created it, and there's something behind it.
Okay, I'm done.
I heard you, Dots. No, I was just reading what Bad Saint said. America created the app. Like I said, do you think that is something behind it? Because I was listening to the brother.
Yes.
Say
that is called George Soros Open Society, Open Borders. That is all Alex and George Soros. This is all paid for, been paid for over 20 years. This is already on the books.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it just seems like if it's just that, just shut it down. But like I said, it's always an agenda behind something.
Open society.
Yeah. I'm shutting up. Okay, I'm done.
Hold up, y'all.
Please pull up what Sister Dulcinea got in the back. Please pull up that so we can actually go and critique and look. And like she said, look at what they're writing. They're banking on you not reading what they're putting out. They're banking on that.
All right, in 1 second. I clicked the links. They're up there. I'm going to go right through it. I even have Asylum pulled up as well. But hold on, because I wanted to show. Damn,
Sis, you want me to get on my laptop?
No.
Okay.
What is going on with Global Pioneer and me? Are we having an argument, Global Pioneer? I'm asking a question, and no, I was there when we had this conversation.
I'm sorry.
And why am I listening to you? Good. I'm shutting up. I'm shutting up before I say something smart. I told Dotson, Dulcie, and Sharice I was going to be good.
See, for the last 3 weeks is actually meeting reality. Why? They're being rewarded for food and clothing and whatever. Maybe not. So you're deducting that. Now you got to take out your transportation costs. You have to take out your food costs. Legal immigrants can come into this country. They get $2,200 a month for SSI. They get free rent. So let's add that. $2,200 average, $1,500 in free rent. They're already up to $3,700 a month. Then you add in, and if you use the Eric Adams model, they get another $1,400 in a debit card to pay for food and clothing and whatever accessories.
Hold on, Sharice, can you rewind that?
You have people on
that?
End
Can you go back?
Might.
Because Eric Adams is the mayor of New York City. The video I just showed you, and she just mentioned Eric Adams. So yes, as a migrant, you also get $1,400 on a debit card for you to use, and you get it every month. Not lying.
Correct.
This is a fact.
That's why I want to keep because she's actually breaking down what they get, and that's why I wanted to play it.
Yes, I want you to
everybody can understand. Like
I thought she said legal too. I thought she said legal. Could you run that back? Did she say legal or illegal? I thought she said legal.
Illegal, not legal.
Illegal.
Okay, maybe I just misheard her. I thought she
maybe
said
not. So you're deducting that. Now you got to take out your transportation costs. You have to take out your food costs. Legal immigrants can come into this country. They get $2,200.
Did you say legal?
Legal. It's her accent. It's her accent. She's saying illegal immigrants. It's her pronunciation.
God clearly knows she's saying illegal. Y'all know she is not talking about the legal.
Go back a little bit because I'm hearing illegal too. But go ahead and go back so we can hear it one more time.
Or maybe okay.
She ain't got no accent.
No, I mean like she's her pronunciation.
Still have to pay tax. That's about $2,600 a month. From that, take away rent, $5 a year. That's somebody that's doing well. That's the median income. That translates to about a little bit over $31,000 a month pre-tax. $3,100 a month pre-tax. If you add in the 15%, because they still have to pay tax, that's about $2,600 a month. From that, take away rent, which the average is $1,500 a month. In Chicago, $1,800 a month. If you're lucky, you can share an apartment with somebody, maybe not. So you're deducting that. Now you got to take out your transportation costs. You have to take out your food costs. Legal immigrants can come to this country. They get $2,200 a month for SSI.
Pause it. Hold on. Pause it. Can I clear that up real quick?
She said legal.
Because they're on the CBP1 app.
Oh my God.
Yes, and they signed up for asylum.
No, she said legal, but when they do come over here legally, they do give them money. They do.
You only get in New York City.
I'm trying hard with you. I'm trying.
You only get 14 in New York City, right? You only get the only people that are immediately. I'm not talking about 5 months of waiting, 10 months of waiting. you immediately get $1,400 a month and on a debit card, on a cash debit card. If you are a migrant, it does not go to you if you are a citizen. It does not go to you if you have a legal green card. It is to pretty much alleviate, what's going on currently. That is a fact.
And the subject of this conversation is illegal immigrants. So maybe she misspoke here. It didn't mean to say that, but this is about the illegal migrants. Period. Period. Hold on. Let me just know.
Why you
But
pull that
through
up?
clarification, they are registered. They are CB1 recipients. They are those people. That's a protected class under this new administration.
We got such selective hearing, I tell you.
It's not selective hearing.
No,
I'm not saying that you're wrong about what you're saying.
It's like I don't understand. That's like somebody saying, like, listen, this is the area that I live in, and I'm telling you that my car is getting robbed every single day. Somebody else who doesn't live in that area is saying, well, that can't be true. That don't make no sense. You have a police department. There's a process that you go through. And I'm like, well, I understand that, but this is the reality, and this is what's going on. So I'm confused why there's confusion. Or maybe it could just be the fact that you're not experiencing it, so it's hard to kind of.
That could be that too, though.
It could be that. It could, and that's understandable, right? Like it's not in your face. So maybe
Dots,
that's
can I ask a question? Dots, can I ask a quick question? Is it confusion or is it delusion?
Maybe it is on your part. It could be delusion on your part because some of the stuff that you're saying.
Hold on. Just hear me out. Because you're not going through it. You're not going through it.
That fact.
You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this. You can say, oh, well, that can't be happening because you're not going through it. See, a lot of people don't
said it wasn't happening.
What I'm saying, hold on, hear me out. See, a lot of people don't realize things until it hit home. Wouldn't you agree with that? Until it hit your doorstep, then you like, oh, wait. That's all I'm saying. Because like Dots pulled up in Chicago, it's going down right now. It's going down. Okay. I got a lot of family members in Chicago. It's going down. They are not going for this.
But
so I understand what she's saying, and Sister Freedom, I understand what you're saying. I don't know
I
the
didn't
area
disagree with Dots. I didn't disagree with you. I just said it wasn't happening here. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. But you did say you in Delaware though, or something like that.
Right. I'm in Wilmington, so I haven't heard.
Look
about
at the location, geographical location, so I can see that.
How? Now, see, people. I tell these people got selective hearing. I never said you was wrong. I never said Dots was wrong. I never said Dulcie was wrong. Me and Sakina had questions, and we pretty much had the same questions, just like her wording, what she just said. It was said that she said illegal when she said legal. Now somebody said I sound like an op. See, that's the weirdness.
Don't look into the chat. Don't look into the chat.
I'm not worried about that. It doesn't change the context of what's being spoken about here. But hold on for 1 second.
Y'all some great ladies. Y'all great. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you say it's not as bad as 1924. I think it's actually, I can make the argument that it's actually worse than 1924. In Los Angeles, Black Americans are 40% of the homeless. This is absurd when you have tens of, and it's been going, this mass immigration / illegal aliens have been going on since the 1965 Immigration Act, but it got really heavy in the 1980s and 1990s. But the history, I want to go back to the history because this history is so important. And this is why I make the position, this is why I've devoted myself to Black America for Immigration Reform, because I believe this history, many Black Americans need to know this history. What was going on in the 1800s with Frederick Douglass, with Booker T. Washington, with W.E.B. Du Bois, with Marcus Garvey. All four of them, they were dissimilar. They didn't have the same positions politically or ideologies, but they all four agreed on mass immigration. They said it was absolutely unacceptable. And so we fast forward to today, we don't only have mass immigration because America accepts more legal immigrants per year, at least 1 million, than any other country. So that's mass immigration. But now we have illegal aliens, okay? So and this is completely unacceptable. And if you are for illegal aliens, which we can't even use that term, says the political left, because it's not politically correct. And I want to say political correctness has destroyed Black America and has destroyed America. We must speak the truth. And if illegal aliens is a term used in our United States Code, you are anti-American if you don't use the terms used by our founding documents. That's what I take. That's the position I take. So I want to go right back to the 1800s again. I'm sorry. The article is Cast Down Your Bucket Where You Are by Robert Malloy, and the Center for Immigration Studies published that article. They need to republish it again. So Black America, I want to, all the listeners out there, I want to encourage you to read that article. You can read the actual words by Frederick Douglass, by Booker T. Washington, by Marcus Garvey. You can read their actual words. Also, Black publications, Black articles, newspaper articles, Black intellectuals said mass immigration is unacceptable. This was in the 1800s. I don't know why the political left, the Democratic Party, denies this history. I don't know why they deny it. Why are they harming Black Americans? If you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. That's the position I take. That's the position that we take at BAR. If you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. We are Black Americans. We have been in this country. Our ancestors have been in this country since its founding. When identity politics has failed, however, Black Americans and white Americans matter. Why? Because we've both been in this country since its founding. So what happens to each group matters. Every other group has come relatively recently since the 1965 Immigration Act. They're relatively new to America, but there's no way that Black Americans and white Americans should be decimated or dissolved or in any way, lessened by immigration, because they've been here. They're the descendants of the ancestors who've been here since the founding of the country. They matter. The truth matters. Why isn't the truth getting out? I don't know. Why has the Democratic Party betrayed Black America when we have been their most loyal constituents? Why have Black politicians betrayed Black Americans? In fact, I know that, what's the guy out of Texas? He was just a guest. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He was just a guest on Washington Journal this morning. He is pro-illegal aliens. All Black politicians are pro-illegal aliens. They call them, it's a good thing they say it's a good thing for the economy. It's just a narrative. It's propaganda. It's not true because the data is clear. So for every 10% increase in mass immigration, Black Americans lose a certain percentage of their wealth. I can't remember, it's 1.1% or 2.5%. It suppresses their wages. The incarceration rates increase. Why? Because when Black men are not employed, they resort to violence. It deteriorates the family. It's just a lose-lose situation. We should not continue mass immigration. Illegal aliens should not be in the country at all. If you're pro-illegal, I'll repeat this. If you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. That's the position I take, and I'm sticking with it.
Roll that back. Roll that back. She said, what? Roll that back. I love that shit.
I love her.
I love that. Roll that back.
Pro-illegal, I'll repeat this. If you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. That's the position I take, and I'm sticking with it.
Hold on. So this flag on the black part, but you're anti-American. I have to.
Come on, Holiday. You know what I'm saying, Holiday.
No. I love her energy, man. She's banging on it. She's definitely cooking.
Do you still see the first U.S. code that's in the back?
Yes, let me get it. Let me pull it on. Hold up.
I put something back there too, Sharice. I think it's gonna be fitting for this conversation.
I'm loving
Salute
it.
to everybody.
I'm loving it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you to everyone that's listening. Shout out to the beautiful ladies of Unscrambled Minds. Thank you for everybody that's joining
Salute.
the platform. And just shout out to everyone. Thank you guys so much. And we're going to get this stuff rolling. Let me get the clips pulled up. Dulcie, you want me to start with the very first one you put in there?
Yeah, the very first one, because we're gonna go to the specifics, and I have to just tell you where to go, which section, so we can get to the asylum seekers and how the process goes for them.
Okay, is
So
this it right here?
so go down to where it talks about this. Wait, sorry, hold on. Section applicable. Okay, go to that first section where it says where applicable, section 122. Sorry, I can't see. It's a
Hold
little,
up. It's kind of small. Let me.
yeah.
Blow that up, Sharice. Can you?
I'm gonna do my best.
Okay, go to section 1225B of this title.
Okay.
Okay. So scroll down.
Let me make it a little. All right.
Okay, I want to go to another section so we can start at the asylum seeker. Okay, where it says we're eligible under section 1229A of this title.
All right. Removal proceedings. All right. You want to stay here?
Go down, yeah.
All right.
Let me see if it's there as far as it talks about the application.
All right. So which title?
Conduct of hold on. Let's see. Her actual. Go down. Let's see. Maybe it's on the other portion. One of them goes as far as to define the asylum seekers and how they get to apply for asylum. Hold
All
on
right.
one second. Y'all can talk in the meantime. I'm just getting the exact section.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about what Miss Kathleen Wells had to say? Because I know we don't like the black terminology, but she cooked other than that.
In all actuality, you are put on the lowest rung of life in America. Even though that you're American or American, you're American. They're putting you on the lowest rung to say that you are not worthy. That's the truth. You will not get no business. You won't get no money. You won't get no laws. Where are any laws to suggest that killing a black person is wrong? You got a Korean law, Chinese law, this law, that law of every other race. Is there any law for that?
Especially with the
It actually is.
that the alphabet community. But I just wanted to quickly say, that when you have Hispanics who are here and they're from the same countries as some of the migrants, and they're saying, America, what are you doing? Close the border. Don't let them in. We got a problem. When their own people is saying, don't let no more of us in, we have a situation on our hands.
That was you, Holiday. What law is that? What law is that says that anything dealing with anyone of our skin tone is going to be a problem? What law? I want to know, because I have not seen it.
We're talking about the Constitution. We're talking about the existing laws. They're creating extra laws. What happens is the Zionists use niggas to pass their laws. Civil rights and all this stuff was a coup de grace for our the last of the little economics that we had in the late 50s and going into the 60s. That's what this is about. It's about controlling labor, controlling everything. And what was interesting, what the sister was talking about, was about pushing us out. Okay, we already it's we're at the, it's no more pushing us down. We can't go no further. We can't go no further. We can't. It's over. We're underground already. So that's
So
that's
is
the
it safe?
that's the fucking problem. So I just
So
gotta say one
is
more
it
thing.
safe to
Right
say?
now, a friend of my friend is my enemy. Right now, we have an ally with other Americans who are feeling the effects of people here illegally, and this is how we get shit done.
So is it safe
Okay,
to say this?
pay attention.
So
Go
is
ahead.
it safe to
You got
say, Holiday? Is it safe to say that when we was covering all of this stuff, this was a total replacement migration?
1883 was a placement migration. These people, bro, they just got here. They were creating 1600 stories. That shit's fake. All the shit they made up is fake. These people are lying to us, and that's the problem. And also, I want to address: we are the majority. Always been the majority in this country. That other shit that they're talking about is psychological warfare. So
What I'm saying is they're recreating the replacement migration. They're recreating it. That's how I see it because look at
I mean, it
what
never
they're
stopped
doing.
though. But yeah, you're right though. Whether it's Angel Island, whether it's Ellis Island, it's always been
However
illegal
you want to look at
immigration
it.
against. Right? It's always been illegal, and then they arm these people and they take arms from us. Is that about right? Is that what's happening right now? Oh, also housing. The sister was talking about hospitals. The infant mortality rate is going to go up. We're already underground, so we're going to get the effects of it worse.
Can I
So
get on my Bill
the
Gates?
squeaky wheel gets oiled first. Just remember that.
Can I get on my Bill Gates? Can I get on my Bill Gates? You
Just don't
can't
touch
do
on the
nothing for
kids.
me. I'm sorry. How they look at it is like this. You can't do nothing for me no more. I got some people that's gonna do something for me now. I'm done with you. The man
Well, let,
said
let
it.
them do it
Right?
in
Hold on.
China. Let them
If
do
you
it wherever they're coming from. Don't do it over here. It's a problem.
listen to me. The president, the current president of the United States said it. It's not the country is not gonna go down because of black people. We already know that. He said it. He said it out
No, no,
loud and
no,
it
no,
just
no, no.
went
He
over
said that this
everybody's
country
head.
is not just doomed. It's not. It's not only doomed because of us. That's what he said, brother.
That's exactly what I'm
He's
saying.
he said that they're going to be a majority. It's going to be a minority, a minority pale country in 2040, whatever he said. Right? It's already
Right.
they're already the minority. They're lying. First off, second off, because I travel this country. I'm a traveler. I travel this
Yeah,
country.
me too.
They're lying. It's not true. They're lying. Second off, right? If you are this many people and you want to keep it like that, why would you be letting other people come in this country? Think about that for a second. Y'all chew on that for 2 seconds. You can
I
ask
gotta chew
any
on that for
American,
2
does this
seconds.
doesn't make sense? So the Biden, if and this is not the number one thing that should be all Americans should be, whether you voting or you're not voting, you shouldn't be for this. And the sister pointed out the immigrants that have done it the right way that are here are saying the same thing. This is wrong because they're feeling it in their grocery stores as well because they go to the same grocery stores, they go to the same schools, everything, bro. They are. It's past replacement. It's shout out to Irritated Genie said death by immigration. Y'all gotta check that lecture out. If it's still up, it's a classic.
Okay, sorry,
Well,
Sharice. Go back one. If you can go back one page, and then you're gonna scroll down, and I'll tell you where to go to. Okay, go past the stowaways and go back to credible fear of persecution. So go down, claims of asylum. Oh, wait, why did it disappear? Because I think it's under claims of asylum. Oh. Okay, go down. It's past interviews. Oh, yeah. Go down. There we go. Click on that under section 1. Yes. Here we go. Finally, asylum defined. There's a lot of stuff in there. So, okay, go down, scroll down. And here you go. This is the question everybody's asking. Who has the authority to apply for asylum? Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, whether or not at a designated port of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having interdicted in international or United States water, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in, sorry, I can't read the after in accordance with this section or where applicable in section 1225B of this status. A safe third country, paragraph 1, shall not apply to an alien if the Attorney General determines that the alien may be removed pursuant to bilateral or multilateral agreement to a country other than the country alien nationality. Or in the case of an alien having no nationality, the country of the alien's last habitable residence, in which the alien's life and freedom would not be threatened on the account of race, religion, nationality, membership in any particular social group or political opinion, and where the alien would, can you scroll down a little bit? Have access to full and fair procedure for determining a claim of asylum or equivalent temporary protection unless the Attorney General finds that it is in the public interest for the alien to receive asylum in the United States. B, time limit. Subject of subparagraph D, paragraph 1, shall not apply to an alien unless the alien demonstrates by clear and convincing evidence the application has been filed within 1 year after the date of the alien's arrival in the United States. So let's stop what I was saying before, Sakina, before citizenship. To get here as a legal immigrant, you have to already have filed paperwork to be able to even get your pass to be here, whether it's a visa to work, a visa for school, etc. Let me read time limit again. Subject to subparagraph D, paragraph 1, shall not apply to an alien unless the alien demonstrates by clear and convincing evidence that the application has been filed within the first year after the date of the alien's arrival. So it means he can be here 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, and still not apply to it. So what happens to all these aliens that have not have any paperwork and have not yet had to apply because they have a year to apply? C, previous asylum applications subject to subparagraph D, paragraph 1, shall not apply to an alien if the alien has previously applied for asylum and had such application denied. D, change circumstances. An application for asylum of an alien may be considered notwithstanding subparagraphs B and C if the alien demonstrates to satisfaction of the Attorney General either an existence of changed circumstances which materially affect the applicant's eligibility for asylum or extraordinary circumstances relating to delay in filing an application within the period of time. So wait, now they can do it more than a year if the Attorney General decides, if it's that crucial as far as their application. So now they don't even have to apply for asylum within the first year of their arrival to the United States. Applicability. Subparagraphs A and B shall not apply to an unoccupied alien child. Okay, so now if they're a child, whole different other rules apply. 3, limitation of judicial review. No court shall have jurisdiction to review any determination of the Attorney General under paragraph conditions in general. A, eligibility. The Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General may grant asylum to an alien who has applied for asylum in accordance to the requirements and procedures established of the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General. Under this section, the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General determines that such alien is a refugee within the meaning of Section 101A. We'll go back to that. Burden of proof. The burden of proof is on the applicant to establish that the applicant is a refugee within the meaning. To establish this, the applicant is a refugee within meaning of this section. An applicant must establish that race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or a political opinion was or will be at least one central reason of persecuting the applicant. Sustaining burden. The testimony of the applicant may be sufficient to sustain the applicant's burden without corroboration. Wait, hold up. Rewind. Read that again. The testimony of the applicant may be sufficient to sustain the applicant's burden without corroboration, but only if the applicant satisfies the trier of fact that the applicant's testimony is credible, is persuasive, and refers to specific facts sufficient to demonstrate the applicant is a refugee. In determining whether the applicant has met the applicant's burden, the trier of fact may weigh credible testimony along with other evidence of record, where the trier of fact determines that the applicant should provide evidence that corroborates otherwise credible testimony. Such evidence must be provided unless the applicant does not have evidence and cannot reasonably obtain evidence.
All right, Dulcie, stop. Dulcie, stop.
Okay.
Dulcie, stop. Dulcie, stop. God damn. Come on.
So,
Can
but this is
anybody
why
say
I'm
a cover
saying it's so
story?
important to read what asylum
Can I
is.
just lie? Can I just lie?
Can you?
Can I just
But
lie and
what
say
you
I don't
can't
know?
do, you can't lie once you already have a social security number. You can't lie once you already have an ID. You can't lie once you're already a citizen of the United States. This doesn't apply to you. This doesn't apply to you.
Dulcie.
Credibility,
Dulcie.
determination. Oh, sorry, Straight Smoke. Yeah, take it away.
Dulcie, let's
You
keep
took
it
words
all
out
the
of my
way
mouth.
deep. Do you think this is the person's name for real that they're applying for? How do you really believe this is the person's name that's applying? Because
You
it's
can have
not.
whatever name you want as long as it's credible to whoever. And even if it's not
Don't make a
credible,
difference.
exactly.
It don't
Even
make
if
a
it's not
difference.
credible, as long as the
Exactly.
credibility sounds credible enough of credibleness, this document is saying it's then
So
going to be
guess
incredible.
who's the ultimate person that has to approve all of this?
Who's Straight Smoke? Say it for the people in the crowd.
Mayorkas. Mayorkas. That's why he's been under fire so much. Mayorkas. That's it. Christopher Wray, Mayorkas, and I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I don't think that a lot of people give the Department of Homeland Security enough, because guess what? That's Homeland Security. I think people
So were
need
you
to know
here
who
when
that.
we were reading the Secure the Border Act, Straight Smoke, or did you come in after that?
I came in after.
Okay, because that was my main point of why I was like, I would already be trying to deny this legislation, because in that legislation, it gives the Attorney General and the Homeland Security so much power. They're the ones that get to publicly tell us who they've arrested, who's been trying to come in. So guess what? They get to not tell us who they're allowing to come in, because you gave the power solely to Homeland Security and the Attorney General.
Attorney General. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. But you know who has the record? Do you know who has the record? This is what everybody does not understand. Do you want to know who has the record of every single last one of these applicants? Cybersecurity.
So who
Because
should have power?
all of this was done under a website. This is all housed at cybersecurity. I can't make this
Oh,
stuff
and I
up.
got you, Urban. I'm gonna send you all these documents for sure.
I can't make this shit up. This is like my lane. Damn. I love y'all so much. I miss y'all. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Should we stop here, Supreme Chief? I know you said you dropped something else in the chat too.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Should we go ahead and go to that now? Do you guys kind of see the asylum? Do you still have questions as far as why we don't say this is a legal process, or y'all still questioning this being legal?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, super dope.
listen, I feel I
It
see
says I have to request access.
I
I'm
see
sorry.
exactly what it says, and I still feel the same way, because at the end of the day, like, you see those people, how they showed the people laying on the street and stuff like that, crowded in these sanctuary cities, because there's a process. So that means that these people are laying on the streets and stuff because they haven't been through the process to get any benefits yet. So I still stand firm on, in order to get the benefits, you still have to go through that process. And even if it's a short process, I think it's 150 days, you can get a work permit. But once you get that work permit, you're legally able to work. It's documented now. So I'm not negating that there's illegal aliens here. They are here because a lot of them come and don't do that paperwork. They just here, random, moving around.
Yeah,
But the
but
reason why
don't
they're
you see
crowded,
that you don't
hold on,
have
let
to
me say
get
this one
that
part.
work?
But the
You
reason
don't
why
have
they're
to get that
crowded in
work,
lost cities,
Sakina.
because they know. But let me say this one
But do
thing.
you see
But
that
the
you
reason,
don't have to get it?
say that again.
Because the asylum application bypasses that. You don't have to get the permit. The asylum
Don't have to do
passes
that.
all the legal thing. You don't have to do the legal immigration anymore. Once you're asylum seeker, you don't have to do it.
But that's what I'm
Shout out to
saying. You
my
see what you're saying? You're saying once you're an asylum seeker, once you're classified as that. See, there's people here that's not classified as asylum seeker. They're illegal aliens. They are not documented. They are undocumented migrants. But the ones who are documented
If
in
they're
that
not.
database are classified as asylum seekers. They're
but
Yeah,
if
documented
but
they're
see,
now.
you can be.
undocumented,
What are you in that
that don't make
first year? You, how it said, you have a year to apply, and then in certain circumstances, it can be longer than a year to apply.
What are you in
So
that first year?
in that first year, what are you? What
What
are
are
you? Are
you?
you
You
documented
are
or undocumented?
in that first year, you're supposed to have a pending application, and if you don't, you're illegal, and that's why you're crowded in those ones too.
No,
Because
you
why
have
do
a
you think?
year to submit the application according to that document. You have a year to submit it in normal processes, but the attorney general can say you have longer than a year to
longer.
submit it. So,
Exactly.
in that year, you are undocumented.
And you can't leave those cities, those sanctuary
Yes,
cities,
you
or you will be
can.
captured.
Yes,
That's
you
why they're
can.
crowded there.
Hold on. No. Yes, you can. Yes, you
So
can.
why are they crowded, and why they not in my city and everywhere else, only in the
Yeah, I mean,
places
because they're
that
not
they?
here. I
Because
mean,
hold on. Wait a minute. How many sanctuary states are there?
I don't know.
Anybody know?
I know New York
Anybody
is
know? How
contract.
many sanctuary there's it should be 11.
Okay.
Those are the states that's mandated to take such things. Now, if you go back in time, before in what is that 2008 through 2010, that's when all of this got set up. All of this was predicated, already set up. The money was there because they were working this overseas. They seen how they can do it. They got no-go zones in Europe right now because of this. The same thing. This is the open border policy through George Soros that is paid for. Paid for. There is over 372 judges that got paid by George Soros to get on in these states. I can't make this stuff up. This is paid for. And the one thing is paid for, you won't believe this, is coming from us, the people. Because these are NGOs. So keep supporting people that saying, oh yeah, I'm helping the community. I'm helping this. I'm helping that. Them people is funding everything you talking about right now. Right now.
And Sakina, I get it as far as not being aware as far as some of the sanctuary cities, but I'm telling you, it's in that first year, whether the application is in or not in Texas, there are charities, there are things that are getting funded to help them. They are not just on the side of the road here. They have apartments, they have houses, they're getting housing, and they have not applied as asylum seekers yet. They've gone through the process through Homeland Security. Now, you can say that's legal, but to me that's not legal because I know a legal immigrant had to submit paperwork before they even got here. They had to have paperwork
Dulcie,
already
can I do
submitted.
one better?
Asylum
Can I
seeker
do
does
one
not.
better, Dulcie? Can I do
Yes.
one better, Dulcie? So how do we have all these Chinese nationals here? How do we have all these Ukrainian nationals here? How do we have all these other national people that hate America here right now? I don't know if anybody. Shout out to you, Chief Holiday. Shout out to you, DJ Cutsack. Do you remember that he showed that? He showed that. The man sat there and said, "You don't know who I am, but you will know who I am." This is for real. This is for real. Do you know how many countries hate America? Not its people, but the government. This is for real. To cause impact on its people is hurting the economy. It's hurting everything we stand for. You have to understand this. They have unleashed. Every single country has emptied out their fucking jails. Seriously. Towards us. I can't make this up no more. It's in their own stuff. We're emptying out our jails, and you know what else they did? They emptied out the asylums, the mental asylums that they have. It's in their own papers. Does anybody on here go and look up like Algeria or anything outside of America to see what they're talking about?
I only do outside of America because I understand whether you even looking at Republican sources or Democrat sources, it's not credible if it's in America, honestly. So I like Al Jazeera outside of America, Hertz, RT, Russian news,
Yeah, RT
Australian
is great.
Sky News. I only listen to those news sources because they telling us stuff they ain't even telling us here. They tell us about what's going on in America. But my husband say something really quick as a legal immigrant? Because he just blew my mind. No, how many residencies do they give out a year?
100,000.
So he said it's a lottery.
2.5.
2.5 million now? He was saying when he came. There was only a lottery for 100,000 residencies. So only 100,000 immigrants could even get a residency here when he came here.
250 now.
250,000?
It's 250 now.
So when 1 million of them come in, what happens to the others?
Those are supposedly supposed to be either a work visa. They're either supposed to be a work visa as far as farming. It's supposed to be a work visa as far as medical. It's supposed to be a work visa as far as, you see where I'm going with this. It's essential. Don't you remember when they locked us down and said, "Oh, you're only an essential worker"? Those were the essential workers. Those were the essential workers. The people that's going to go out and till the land. The people that's going to make pharmaceuticals. It was only for certain things. But notice, they made you take something, but they didn't make anybody that came across that southern border or the northern border or California or Florida take anything. They didn't make them do anything, just you. This is total replace. Listen to me. I'm in Kentucky right now. In this last week, you know how many people just dropped dead in this last week? In this last week, I'm just in my little small city. 85 people dropped dead in a week. It's working. It's working. I'm talking about on the small towns that have like close to like 1,200 people. Okay? You just lost a population of 85, and I'm talking about under 40. Under 40. I really need y'all to wrap your heads around this. It's working. They did their job. That's why you don't see none of these people no more. Where's your Anthony Fauci's? Where's all of these people that was hyping up everything you was going through? It's working. They did their job. Population reduction, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me stop. Let me stop.
And for those 250, so what I'm hearing is that you have to actually apply out of the country for that residency before you come here. So again, what about all these people that are coming here and they're undocumented? They're not just on the street. They're not homeless people on the street. They're giving them things. There's millions of undocumented immigrants here now. They're giving them things. I get it, maybe not in your city. I'm not saying in your city. I'm saying in the United States as a whole, they are entitled to things.
So, as it was reported, this is the new protected class for a certain time frame of period. This is a protected class. They did this by design. It was the same protected class. What happened in Europe, this is 2024. What happened in Europe was 2016, 2015, somewhere up in there. The Muslims there, when they shipped all those people to Europe and all these other countries, they was a protected class. I'll give you a case example. Hold on. Who is that? UK's guy is not European. He's Arab. That is Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan, he is not born there. They're replacing what they want to do. This is the overall goal, to say that we still gonna control something, because the one thing that is always controllable is, guess what?
The
Muslim.
youth's mind.
Muslim. Not even just Muslim. Not even just. I can't make this up.
Real quickly. Sorry, Sharice. Did you want to say something? I don't know who was just speaking. I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
No, you go ahead, babe.
Oh, I was going to say that this article that you have up here is excellent. Thank you for sharing this. And I don't know how many of you are able to sort of like read what it says, but if I can just read the first paragraph, it says that on October 28th, 2020, U.S. Customs.
Can you make it a little bigger? Sorry.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection launched a mobile device application, which is what Stray Smoke was talking about, called CBP1, so that travelers could access certain agency functions on mobile devices. I want to pause on that very first sentence, because in order to do this, you need a mobile device. If you are an illegal migrant, alien, whatever we want to call them, and you're coming across the border, how are you getting these mobile devices? Who are providing you the technology to access this? Because this is the way that you're going to start your asylum process. We are.
Bingo.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. Over the last 2 years, the agency has expanded CBP1's uses. The app has become the only way that migrants arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border seeking asylum at a port of entry can pre-schedule appointments for processing and maintain guaranteed asylum eligibility. CBP-1 also became the only way that Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans seeking to secure travel authorization to obtain parole through special programs for those nationalities can submit their biometric information to CBP. Okay, and then it goes in to explain what the uses for the CBP ones include, which includes providing travelers with access. And notice how they said travelers. That's interesting, right? It makes it sound so it makes it sound like you're on a vacation, right? We're talking about illegals. Okay, providing illegal aliens with access to Form I-94 information, scheduling inspection appointments for perishable cargo, and assisting international organizations who sought to help individuals enter the United States, right? So when we're talking about giving resources and having access to resources, this is very costly, as we all know. They're not paying for it. We are. Okay. Do you want me to continue reading? Because I wanted to share another, Sharice, I just shared something in the back. I wanted to follow up with real quick. Because I forgot who was asking or who was questioning earlier about these non-governmental agencies that I mentioned that has government earmarked funds, right? And it was like, oh my God, that sounds crazy. That sounds ludicrous. And I agree, it does. Hold on. I just want to make sure that we are on the same page. Where are we now? What are y'all looking at? Because I'm not looking at y'all screen. This one's
Texas border.
Hold on. Let me get that up because now I just shared. Okay.
And can you make it a little bigger,
Yes.
Sharice, if you can?
Can you guys see it now? Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it. Sorry, I muted myself. Yes, we can see it.
Yes,
now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So it goes in and it says the title NGOs, which are non-governmental organizations, use American tax dollars to relocate migrants. Let's scroll down. From the local to the state and federal level, Americans are paying a hefty price for the humanitarian crisis at the southern border. And in a way, the federal government is able to hide the true cost of the border crisis from the public through NGOs. So when I talked about those earmarked monies, right, and giving it to the NGOs who are created to support, right, these illegals coming across. The majority of migrants arriving in cities like New York or smaller towns across America do so with the help of non-governmental organizations. Organizations like charities or religiously affiliated nonprofits. That's what I was speaking about earlier. In the past 2 years, Border Patrol holding stations have constantly been at overcapacity and dealing with the massive influx of migrants crossing illegally into the United States. When this happens, Border Patrol releases processed migrants to NGOs. Do you need me to reread that? When this happens, so when the migrants cross over illegally, Border Patrol releases the processed migrants to NGOs. And the NGOs with the earmarked monies from the government, from the federal government, uses the monies to shelter, feed, and coordinate travel for migrants to their final destination. Wow. Once received, whether it be the adult population or the families, the sites will then work with them. And the general term that we use is we go through a quote unquote processing. That was by John Martin, the deputy director for the Opportunity Center for the Homeless. Isn't that so disingenuous, right? He's the deputy director for the Opportunity Center for the Homeless. Now, if you read that, you would think, oh, this must be an NGO, an organization that is created and that helps American citizens who are homeless. No, baby. This Opportunity Center for the Homeless is for the illegal migrants. So again, these are the resources that we are paying for. Okay.
Facts.
That processing is to facilitate travel to the destination of their choice. All right. NGOs receive billions, not millions, billions of taxpayer funds through several federal departments, like the Department of Homeland Security and Health and Human Services. Shall I go on? I mentioned Catholic Charity, and actually, it mentioned Catholic Charity too. last paragraph I'll read. According to Forbes, the NGO Catholic Charities USA received $1.4 billion from government support, compared with $1 billion in private donations. You guys do the math. 1.4 billion plus 1 billion. Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service reported more than $93.1 million in U.S. government grants. Didn't I mention that earlier, y'all, when I talked about the grants and the business? Okay. In its 2021 financial statement, making taxpayer-funded grants more than 80% of its total support. I just thought I wanted to share that. So I'm not making this up. This is a fact.
And I don't want to skip over you, Supreme Chief. So I definitely want you to put your information, but I also want to go into the Congress .gov one I posted, because it goes into some other stuff about the time restraints that they have and what Joe Biden did as far as for the open door policy. So. Supreme Chief, are you still there?
Yeah, it's in the back. It's just actually.
I had to pull it up, and then I sent a request to view the joint, so you might got to check your email.
Oh snap!
While you're doing that, can I pull up the Congress one real quick to show?
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up for you right now. Yes, and thank you for that, Dots. Smacking them on the head with the facts. That's all we can do.
Okay, so this is the Refugee Protection Act of 2022. So scroll down. We can kind of skip the asylum seekers, since y'all got the U.S. codes now to understand what they are and their processes. So it kind of goes into that a little bit at the beginning of the bill.
Hold up, Dulcie. Where you want me to go?
If you scroll down, it will say the time restraint, elimination of time restraints.
Okay. I hope I ain't going too fast. Would that be a subheading?
Let me see.
Like one of these.
Do Control F. And then it should give you a box and type elimination.
Okay, hold up. Girl, don't get me started with all the technology, child.
Right?
I just got my little MacBook. I'm still trying to figure it out, girl. Hold on.
Oh, it's probably different then. Is it the same for a MacBook?
It is. It's just a little different, I'm guessing, only because when I'm pressing it, it's not pulling nothing up. So maybe it's something else.
It's something different in Windows. Hold on, let me see.
You said elimination of time constraints. Oh yeah, this is the same one.
Section 1103.
All right, hold up. Boom. All right, there we go.
So the elimination of time limits of asylum applications. The Immigration and Nationality Act is amended. Is subparagraph A is asserting, or the Secretary of Homeland Security after Attorney General each place such terms by striking subparagraphs B and D, and by designating subparagraph C as subparagraph B. In subparagraph B in resident I'm like, stuttering. Resignated by striking subparagraph D and inserting subparagraph C and D by inserting subparagraph B. Change circumstances. Notwithstanding subparagraph B, an application for asylum of an alien may be considered if the alien demonstrates to a satisfaction of the Attorney General or the Secretary of Homeland Security the existence of changed circumstances that materially affect the applicant's eligibility for asylum. Motion to reopen certain meritorious claims. In general, not later than a year after the date of enactment of subparagraph, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall provide to each individual described clause 2 in best language such individual notice of their eligibility of asylum and guidance with respect to filing a motion to reopen their immigration case in order to be granted asylum. Individual described in this clause is an individual who was denied asylum based solely on failure to meet the 1-year application filing deadline in, I'm sorry, I can't read something of the date on which the application is filed. 2, was granted withholding of removal to the alien's country of nationality, or in the case of a person having no nationality, to the country of last habitable residence under section. Has not obtained lawful permanent residence, that's what we were talking about before, in the United States pursuant to any other provision of law. So they do not have to start applying for permanent residency. Is not subject to safe third country exception under subparagraph A or to bar to asylum under subsection B2, and that is not denied asylum as a matter of discretion. Date of grant. Adjustment of status. For purposes of applications for the adjustment of status submitted by an individual described in clause 2 who was granted after the date of enactment of this subparagraph, an individual granted asylum under the subsection shall be considered to have been so granted on the date on which the individual was granted withholding of removal. Petitions of relatives. An individual granted asylum under subsection may during a 2-year period beginning on the date of which the individual is granted asylum under subsection submit petition to admission a spouse or child who is occupying or following to join by adding at the end of the following. Other motions to reopen. Notwithstanding Section 240, an individual who was denied asylum may file a motion to reopen asylum claim during the 2-year period beginning the date of enactment of this subparagraph if the individual was denied asylum based on solely on implementation of a policy a memorandum of the U.S. Citizenship of Immigration and Services entitled Guidance of Processing Reasonable Fear, Credible Fear, Asylum, Refugee Claims in accordance to Matter AB, and memorandum of the Office of the Principal Legal Advisor of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement entitled Litigating Domestic Violence-Based Persecution Claims Following Matter AB. The interim final rule of the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice entitled Alien Subjects to Bar on Entry under Certain Presidential Proclamations, Procedures for Proclamation Claims. Presidential Proclamation 9822 issued on November 8, 2018. The Migrant Protection Protocols announced by the Secretary of Homeland Security on December 20th, 2018, or of successor protocols. The Policy Memorandum of U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services entitled Guidance of Implementing Section 235 of Immigration and Nationality Act and Migrant Protection Protocols, dated January 28th of 2019. And any other policy memorandum of the Department of Homeland Security to implement the protocols described as subclause. So basically, they can be denied asylum status. They are not sent home just because they were denied asylum status. They will have 2 additional years to go ahead and fight it, even if the protocol under the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services says that was the reason they are denied. They can still reopen their asylum case as far as reasonableness to stay. So all these people, whether you're saying, oh, this process, they're legal, they're not going through any documentation up to this point. And even when they do the documentation and they're denied, they still can reopen their case, all while being in the United States. So when we're saying that they're illegal, we're saying they did not go through the legal processes. They do not have to go through the legal processes. And even if they go through their process and they're denied, they are not deported in that time. They have the ability to reopen that case at that time. So what you're saying as far as people being deported, that's people that are going through the applications legally. They're not asylum seekers. Are we kind of getting that fact as far as like that this status of immigration for asylum seekers are not going through any of the legal processes? They are not permanent residents. They're not any of the statuses that you have to be as a legal immigrant.
Exactly.
It's there in the writing. I mean, what else does it say?
Ancestors ain't built shit, ain't put nothing into the pot, out here getting everything. No, I'm not with it. I'm sorry. And I know it all.
Hey, could you imagine somebody? Hey, Sharice, could you imagine? Could you imagine somebody saying, "We're gonna close your case," and for you, your case is just closed, but for them, they can open it up right back again and say, "This ain't fair."
Yep. Other people they sent back to their proceeding here. Nope. Are they deported? Nope. You don't see deportation mentioned once. We still haven't gotten to the point what would allow them to be deported.
And if I can, real quick, I'm just not going to say this. I mean, I think everybody sees this. Do you see people getting killed by people? That ain't even a status for deportation. That's not a status for deportation. You killing an American citizen is not a status for deportation. Let that
They
sink in.
killed the dude on the train in New York, and then they just let the dude out of jail. They just let him go. Some illegal. And I'm like, I don't care what the fuck was going on that train. Like, he shouldn't have been able to get away with just murdering him and being able to go home. Like, they let him go. So that's a huge.
Sharice, what killed me when I saw the illegals beating up the police, I was done. That was the body bag for me. It wasn't them taking over the apartment building. It wasn't them taking over the apartment building. It wasn't them doing any of the extracurricular, as far as like running, driving drunk, killing people. Damn that. You're attacking our law enforcement. You're getting let out of jail after attacking police. But then again, you know what happened? I think everybody should know this. It was a certain person that put up money for people to get out of jail for this. I hope everybody remember that.
You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. That's all you see on the news channels here in New York or whatever, right? Like, and they've been identified as mostly Venezuelan. I don't know how true that is, but the bottom line is I don't care if they're Venezuelan. I don't give two FUCKs where they're from. The bottom line is they ain't American, right? But not to beat a dead horse. And on the news, they always showing, fights with the police, NYPD, NYPD getting jumped, the whole nine. And the reason why when they are arrested and go into jail, again, a strain on resources, right? Because although immigration has always been a problem, it is now a crisis. This is a different reality than what we're used to. But this is all what I just shared. Hold on, let me read it. Let me share what this is talking about. So these are some more figures that DHS continues to give to show the unprecedented resources that goes to support the border and interior communities, okay? So the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which we know as FEMA, and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, announced $300 million in grants through the Shelter and Service Program, SSP, which was authorized by Congress to support communities that are providing services to migrants. So this is specifically referencing those sanctuary states that Straight was mentioning earlier. $275 million will be distributed in the first allocation, and the remaining $25 million will be allocated later in the year to accommodate evolving operational requirements. The initial funding will be available to 55 grant recipients for temporary shelter and other eligible costs associated with migrants awaiting the outcome of their immigration proceedings. So, for example, when I had mentioned about the county I live in, the city hall sending out, like the flyers and email blasts to ask if anybody would be willing to open their homes to house these migrants. And if you do, you get X amount a month, right? This is where this is what I'm talking about. This is where the monies come from, or like my cousin who owns the daycare. Okay. Additionally, the department is announcing so on top of that, they're getting $340.9 million through the Shelter and Services Program competitive grant program to be allocated before the end of this fiscal year. Do y'all hear those numbers? Who's paying for this, right? I just wanted to say that, not to beat a dead horse, but this is real. This is real. This is happening. It's in real time. Can't make it up. And we have homeless, we have veterans, we have whether they're single moms or whether they're with their family. God forbid that there's an intact family, you already know that you're not going to get access to housing if you have, if you're intact family. But if you're a single mom or if you're a single dad and you have children and your housing is in jeopardy, I guess it's oh well, because the migrants have come first. That's crazy to me. And I'm gonna keep on saying the only reason why Kamala is now, in my opinion, has changed her tune in regards to this issue is because she's been facing so much backlash and so much heat around it. Because she has always said, and she stands firmly on that she doesn't care about the person's status, right? That they have a right to the same access to education, housing, medical care, ... no pun intended, right? They're an American citizen just because they're a human being. And I completely disagree with that. And she received a lot of backlash for saying that. And so now you're noticing she's changing her tune to appeal to the base, right? Which is what a politician is supposed to do.
Yeah, and I think that the only reason why she has those views initially is because of the way that she was able to be in this country and her parents. And I can understand why she may have that type of position. But at the same time, lady, no, because your ancestors didn't build America. My ancestors did. So let's just be very clear about who deserves what and what that should look like. Because we have a country that's funding everybody else and everywhere else. And like you kept saying, like you said earlier, Docs, about us having homeless veterans and people who fought for this country come home and they don't have anywhere to stay. Now that's just ridiculous. But yet we have someone trying to vouch for people being able to come here illegally and reap benefits as if they're some type of first class citizen. This is a treasonous act. It's a travesty.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, and it's sick. I just can't, and that's my main reason, like, for even feeling like I'm on the side of Trump to begin with, is because if we're going to have someone that's going to come into position and and completely eradicate some of that. I mean, I know you may not be able to completely eradicate it because a lot of these people are being able to come in, they're settling in, and it's going to be hard to push a lot of them out. But I believe that he can make it happen. And I mean, I'm not even like, and it sounds so harsh because I'm not trying to say, you know, anything negative, but it's just people here who don't get that same leg up, who does not get that same help. And I just don't think that it's right or it's fair for the people who've been here. And like, you can say anything you want, because like I always get into it with people because, oh, so-called black people don't want this, so-called black people don't want that. How the hell do you know what people want? And how do you know what people are trying to do or not trying to do? Just based off what you see or what you think you're seeing? Because that's just not the reality. That's not the reality. We've had a reluctant welfare system for a very long time. And all it does is benefit other motherfuckers. And I think that's just where my issue comes in at. And I'm not about to keep sitting over here acting like I'm, you know what I'm saying? I don't care if she's a woman. I don't care about none of that. Like, people just need to understand that this is an issue when it comes to our place in this country. It's an issue.
Hey, Sharice, real fast. Have you guys seen Judge Joe Brown's interview with Candace Owens?
I have not had a chance to view that yet.
Yep.
But ooh,
Best interview of 2024 so far. I probably, hey, listen, shout out to Judge Joe Brown. Sheesh. Shout out to Candace Owens, man. Hey, Judge Joe Brown be saying some shit, be like, ooh. Hey, man. Shout out to Judge Joe Brown. Real talk.
For sure.
And if I could, if I could really
friend
get
to the
this
show,
out.
of course, Judge Joe on Unscramble Minds. Got to plug that, you know. Friend to the show. Always show love whenever we need them.
He said she was what did he say?
Oh, he said a whole lot. Which part?
Hey, yeah, y'all might want to do a review. Hey, that thing is crazy. Judge Joe Brown, salute. Hey, he going in and impeccable memory, but to be there and talk about it and then be on the inside of it, a lot of times, most of the time, we're not going to be able to get that. So that's a treasure of information right there. So shout out to Judge Joe Brown. Real shit.
Straight Smoke, was you trying to say something? I apologize.
It's all good. It's all good, my sister Cerise. It was just that exactly what Chief Holiday said. And I understand exactly how the trickle down of this information is coming to everybody. And depending on what area you stay in, is how the information comes to you. It is no different than back in the day. Hate to say it, it's no different than back in the day. But you have more tools at your hands than you can possibly have than back in the day. So I'm sorry, at this moment, ignorance is not bliss. I'm sorry, it's just not. What's that? What's that old analogy? I mean, go ahead.
No, you finish your thought, baby. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, go ahead, Dots. You know I love you.
I was gonna say I think it's a good time. I'm glad, to be honest, like I feel like despite all the craziness that's going on, I feel like this election in particular definitely is one for the history books, right? Because I know many people have mentioned this, right? But for so long, the Democratic Party just assumed and banked on the fact that they would get our vote, right? I mean, 10 years ago, you know what I'm saying? Most of us would have been voting Democratic. And if you had melanin and you told somebody that you are a Republican, they would look at you like you were a traitor. They'd be ready to knock your head off. That's one of the reasons why Candace Owens always used to get so much heat and backlash, because a lot of the stuff that she talks about now that people are catching on to, and she's always stood on her square when it comes to that, many of us was coming for her, right? Oh, you were what, this lover? Oh, you a traitor? How dare you? If you even now, I'm my family, like with my older aunties and stuff, right? And I think it's a generational thing. They are really for Kamala, right? And I think a lot of it has to do with being a Democrat. That's what they're used to. They come from a different era. right? So I can understand that and respect that. But I am so proud of us in the sense that, as we see, there's been a huge pendulum shift, right? To the point to where our voices are being heard. The message is getting across that no, you don't just get my vote because, right? Why is it that majority of the Democratic states have some of the highest poverty levels in the United States of America? We have a problem.
Dots,
You
like I
have to
told
earn right.
Hey, Dots, I told them on TikTok, I said, listen, we not gonna be Obama again. Okay. Like we just not. We're not rocking. Sorry. Okay. Y'all in a new generation now. We not gonna be over here just following the Democrats because y'all saying that's the right thing to do. No, we see it for what it is, and we're not having it no more. Somebody got to stand on something. But go ahead, sis, because for real, because that shit is really blowing me. They see it ain't got us nowhere. And I mean that respectfully. Like it has not gotten us anywhere. Voting Democrat for all of these years, it has not changed the circumstances. Nothing has improved. So yeah, it is time to try something different. And there's nothing wrong with that. And we see it for what it is. And I think that's okay. And nobody should be mad at us for that.
Hey, Sharice, all y'all want to know why y'all see my avatar as being the Black Bill Gates now? Honestly, because at some point, when you gonna understand that what I'm holding in my hand and my avatar is going to kill you? I got your vaccines ready. I got all of that stuff ready for you. Ready to go. Ready to go. What they have for you is ready to go. This is not a game. I'm sorry. Our people were duped to believe in something that was truly false. I can't stand on that false pretense ever. My grandfather was a Republican. My great-grandfather was a Republican. My dad was a Republican. Ain't gonna go. Ain't gonna go. I'm sorry. Did I? Hold on. Everybody want to ask me, well, did you vote for Bush? No, I didn't. Because he is a Democrat. You got to know these people. Vet these people. Understand who they work for. I always say it. Politicians need to wear race NASCAR jackets to show who they're endorsed by. And we need term limits. I love y'all. I'm done. It's corned beef and cabbage time.
Well, now take this for a second, because I'm on team voting ain't power and it ain't real, and that's what was passed down to me. So how is it that ABC said, oops, my bad, that they already have the election final for Pennsylvania? But wait, how do they have the election final for Pennsylvania and it ain't even election day yet?
That's right.
Oh yeah, let me pull that up, Dosey.
Yep, absolutely.
Dosey, can I answer that question for you?
Go ahead.
So, do you know the truck driver that came out of Pennsylvania that said, hey, I had over 500 some ballots on my truck that was already filled in? Did anybody see 2,000 Mules by Dinesh D'Souza? Anybody? Anybody?
Wait, sorry. What did you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Did anybody see 2,000 Mules by Dinesh D'Souza?
No.
Aren't those the ballots that are in court right now? Oh well, there's 2,000 ballots in court right now because they said, hey, these are already filled out. They false. The state did, so they denied them, and then the government said no, push those through. So now the state is going to the Supreme Court. I haven't seen what happened in the Supreme Court. What did the Supreme Court say?
No go. No go. That's a big no go. That's a big no go. So you can chime it up real quick. Supreme Court denies all undocumented voters for a particular state. I think it was Florida did it, Texas did it, Arizona did it. It was a whole bunch of states. Kentucky did it. We got a lot of states that did this. A lot of states that did this. It's not going down what you think. It's not going down how you think. It's only in the sanctuary city states that this is happening in. That's why they flooded the sanctuary city states with these people. That's just it. That's it. That's all. I don't know how to make I can't make this shit up. I'm sorry. I can't make it up.
All right, Straight Smoke. Let's play this real quick. It's only 40 seconds.
So they trying to say 7 million people participated in early voting by October 27th. They had already voted. 7 million people.
I was about to say they are here. Why is they doing this?
All you know why they doing this?
Oh, and don't forget, not just no, you said 70 million, right? Not just that, but not only sent in, but then they had to check it to make sure that they were valid. Give me a break. Come on. That sounds ridiculous.
Fabricated.
For sure.
So the reason I say that is this. You already know, you see, they cannot give up what they have already created. Dominion voting system is the same voting system that's used across many other different countries that installed every other politician as they seen fit. A lot of people don't remember. Do you remember when the guy from Japan got shot with a 12 gauge? What was he? He was a populist. Anybody that is for the people will get mowed down. I can't make this stuff up. I can't make this stuff up. This is crazy.
Because it's a selection and not an election. And because as we already know, right, that bloodline has a lot to do with the selection of these presidents, right? I always talk about the number. I want to say 43 out of we're going on our 47th president, right? So if I'm not mistaken, about 43 of our U.S. presidents, right? They all have a shared bloodline, and it goes back to King John Lackland of England, the monarch, right? So they have a shared bloodline, whether that is through birth or by marriage, right? So that's something that we also need to really be aware of. That it is
you
really
never
not
left
an
out of English
election, popular vote. That's not right. That's not how the president is elected.
You never left out of English holding. Again, your bar system is called what? British Accredited Registry. You're never left. You're not leaving England. Your lawyer system is made of that. It's called the British Accredited Registry. Your bar system for being a lawyer. This is just what it is. I mean, how much do you know about Five Eyes? How much do you know about your government?
Yep. And by the way, Obama also, right, has a bloodline that goes back to that monarch in England, just to put that out there for those who don't know. And Judge Joe let us know on the last time I think he was on, when I had asked him the question about the bloodline thing. And remember when he asked us, Dozy or Freedom, or I don't even know how many of y'all in there, but he had asked us, like, who do we think is, oh, you was on the panel straight. I think he asked something like, who's the wealthiest president? Remember that? And he mentioned
Right.
Obama, and he started going into their family history. So that also includes Obama, right? So.
Well, you have to
And I want to
understand.
say we are the first because we got him before Candace, and I
That
just love
part.
how that just blew up. The Santero blew up. No one was talking about that. No one
Nope.
was talking about that when Judge Joe Brown first came on. Barry Santero, now Santero, whatever, and now everybody calls him that. No one calls him Barack Obama no more.
Well, you have to
Yeah, that's
understand that
Bird.
who is his mom? Who is his mom and dad? Everybody that knew. I mean, I'm a native of Chicago. When this nigga popped on the scene in Chicago, everybody was like, who is this dude? And then all of a sudden it comes out that, you know what I'm saying? That comes out not to the general public, just to Chicagoans. This nigga smoked crack. He a whole fag. For real. He a whole fag.
Hold up. Olmec Supreme said something really important. He said, "And all the president families are tied to slavery except the Trump family." I didn't realize Trump was the only president thus far whose family weren't slave owners, right? But all the others owned slaves, and including President Obama, the quote unquote first
Correct.
black president. The
I
only
think that's
one that
what
No,
didn't
he's not a
was
black.
about him.
Dot.
Oh.
Dot, so I gotta correct you right now. Dot.
Yes.
He is the first African American president.
Yes.
Okay.
I
We
put
good?
black in quotes. I put black in quotes. That's why I always say quote
Oh, okay.
black. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so called, because we so called. But
Right.
That
that's
nigga
what
Kenyan.
they didn't like about Trump from day one, because it was like all good, and then because it's like, oh, he's elitist, but then he started like telling the secrets. Then they would say, oh, Trump didn't pay taxes. Then he said, yeah, I don't pay taxes because I'm smart. and here's the loopholes that they don't pay taxes either. Here's what they're doing. And they're like, what? Wait, hold on. This wasn't about me. This was about you. So he was the one that, like, I don't say he's like, oh, he's relatable, or he's like the common man or anything like that. No, but he was the one that was telling us, like, there's loopholes, there's this, nothing's being done on the straight and narrow. I take advantage of the corrupted system, and this is how I take advantage of it. And that's what they didn't like about him.
And what I find interesting too about the 34 felonies that everybody likes to bring up, I'm like, he ain't been in jail for not near one. Like, where's the jail time? I mean, if they had anything, just like Young Thug went on home, okay, like, stop this nonsense. It's just a witch hunt. I'm telling you.
It's not a witch hunt. They was trying to do was break the man bank a little bit. Just give him a little shake up, you know? That's what the government do. They shake you down. If you're not playing ball with them, they're gonna shake you down. The man just got money. He can absorb all those punches and then come on out swinging. I can't make this shit up. Everybody praised this man all before he did all of this. Didn't Nelly put him in a song? Huh?
Yeah, which one is the one with not Oprah, I'm sorry, with Whoopi Goldberg, The View?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
She be making me mad on there, man.
Yeah, so
blows
I didn't even see that clip until I think Pink Book Lessons played it, I think.
I like
but
her.
if not, it's someone I like her. I think she's awesome. If y'all don't look at Pink Book Lessons, y'all should. But she played the clip of when before Trump ran for president, or someone did, and he came on The View, and they were just like, "Oh, it's Trump." Whoopi kissed him on the cheek. Like, they literally flipped on us to be like, oh, he was racist and all this, and everybody loved him. All y'all loved him before.
His name in the
wait a minute. Hold on. Who was that? Now that I think about it, that was Nelly. Let me in now. Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in now. I'm winning. Down, down, baby. Don't treat it. Yeah, I remember that song now. Uh-huh. See how that go?
Not bad hombre. Marco Power said all U.S. presidents are related except Martin Van Buren. You're absolutely right. However, do not forget not just Martin Van Buren, but Dwight Eisenhower. So Martin Van Buren, it has a Dutch bloodline, and Dwight Eisenhower is German and Swiss. Just letting y'all know. So don't forget Eisenhower. So if you
But
right,
he
so
was there for agenda.
yeah.
Eisenhower was straight up put there for agenda, and he's someone that a lot of lost Democrats in our community praised as if he did something for us. But then they turn around and blame black women for being on welfare. Crazy how they do that. They blame the victims, but they don't blame the person that did it. So Eisenhower is a hero, but the same thing y'all say that black women turned against black men for, which is welfare, that's all Eisenhower's doing.
And
Just food for
despite
thought.
That's right. That's a great point, though. See? And let's not forget, right,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
they'll paint, oh, single black mom on welfare. But who is the number one demographic that are the recipients of of welfare?
White women.
There you go.
It was always the whole system was set up for the rise of the white women, because that wasn't that the whole burning your bra thing that was back then. I believe that's what it was, because they wanted women to stand up, and it was more so the white women. You listen to me. I don't. You know what? There's no way that you're gonna sit here and make me believe or have me believe that anything was made for any of us. Not a piece of it. Not a piece of it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? Let's go. Yeah. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Because you're seeing that once again. And Sharice, if you can pull up that same interview that you had up there with those ladies, when when that lady said the how the rungs was set up, the rungs like as in a ladder, the steps in the ladder was set up. They're just moving us right back down. I was there for that one. I remember that one so wholeheartedly. That lady sat there and said and gave every point of direction of how they was doing that. That panel of guests that was on that. And everybody was like, man, flag on the play. She's saying this, she's saying that. No, no, no. I really want you to understand what they were specifically talking about. They don't, I mean, the not this lady that's on the screen, but the other lady slipped up and said, I was here first. She said that clear as day. No, no, no. We was here prior to this. We was here prior to that. That was the most powerfulest thing I've seen in a long time. And this was of this year. I believe that was 2024. Yep, that's it.
1924. I think it's actually. You say it's not as bad as 1924. I think it's actually, I can make the argument that it's actually worse than 1924. In Los Angeles, Black Americans are 40% of the homeless. This is absurd when you have tens of, and it's been going, this mass immigration / illegal aliens have been going on since the 1965 Immigration Act, but it got really heavy in the 1980s and 1990s. But the history, I want to go back to the history, because this history is so important. And this is why I make the position, this is why I've devoted myself to Black America for immigration reform, because I believe this history, many Black Americans need to know this history. What was going on in the 1800s with Frederick Douglass, with Booker T. Washington, with W.E.B. Du Bois, with Marcus Garvey. All four of them, they were dissimilar. They didn't have the same positions politically or ideologies, but they all four agreed on mass immigration. they said it was absolutely unacceptable. And so we fast forward to today, we don't only have mass immigration because America accepts more legal immigrants per year, at least 1 million, than any other country. So that's mass immigration. But now we have illegal aliens, okay? So and this is completely unacceptable. And if you are for illegal aliens, which we can't even use that term, says the political left, because it's not politically correct. And I want to say political correctness has destroyed Black America and has destroyed America. We must speak the truth. And if illegal aliens is a term used in our United States Code, you are anti-American if you don't use the terms used by our founding documents. That's what I take. That's the position I take. So I want to go right back to the 1800s again. I'm sorry. The article is Cast Down Your Bucket Where You Are by Robert Malloy, and the Center for Immigration Studies published that article. They need to republish it again. So Black America, I want to, all the listeners out there, I want to encourage you to read that article. You can read the actual words by Frederick Douglass, by Booker T. Washington, by Marcus Garvey. You can read their actual words. Also, Black publications, Black articles, newspaper articles, Black intellectuals said mass immigration is unacceptable. This was in the 1800s. I don't know why the political left, the Democratic Party, denies this history. I don't know why they deny it. Why are they harming Black Americans? If you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. That's the position I take. That's the position that we take at BAR. If you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. We are Black Americans. We have been in this country. Our ancestors have been in this country since its founding. What identity politics has failed. However, Black Americans and white Americans matter. Why? Because we've both been in this country since its founding. So what happens to each group matters. Every other group has come relatively recently since the 1965 Immigration Act. They're relatively new to America, but there's no way that Black Americans and white Americans should be decimated or dissolved or in any way, lessened by immigration, because they've been here. They're the descendants of the ancestors who've been here since the founding of the country. They matter. The truth matters. Why isn't the truth getting out? I don't know. Why has the Democratic Party betrayed Black America when we have been their most loyal constituents? Why have Black politicians betrayed Black Americans? In fact, I know that, what's the guy out of Texas? He was just a guest. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He was just a guest on Washington Journal this morning. He is pro-illegal aliens. All Black politicians are pro-illegal aliens. They call them, it's a good thing they say it's a good thing for the economy. It's just a narrative. It's propaganda. It's not true because the data is clear. So for every 10% increase in mass immigration, Black Americans lose a certain percentage of their wealth. I can't remember, it's 1.1% or 2.5%. It suppresses their wages. The incarceration rates increase. Why? Because when Black men are not employed, they resort to violence. It deteriorates the family. It's just a lose-lose situation. We should not continue mass immigration. Illegal aliens should not be in the country at all. If you're pro-illegal, I'll repeat this, if you're pro-illegal aliens, you're anti-Black American. That's the position I take, and I'm sticking with it.
I love that shit. I love that.
You really ate that shit up real bad. So we have someone else that's new on the panel. Hello, Always Win. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How y'all feeling? Thanks for letting me join. But I'm just checking in. When I came in at a good time, I see she was definitely spitting game.
What's going on with it, brother? How you doing today, bro?
I can't complain. Not at all. I had
wouldn't do no good anyway, right? Complaining
That's
ain't gonna
right.
do no good anyway, right?
That's right. But I had put something in the chat. The reason I joined, because I've been thinking a lot about what she's been talking about, immigration and stuff, and having to do with identity. That's probably the only thing that's different. You know, that we probably haven't claimed the identity, so we can have a say and get legislation passed on our behalf. That's probably like, you know, one of the things we got to do. Because, for example, you got these, no disrespect to them, but look what they done did. The LGBT community, they done they getting laws passed. You got people dress. If you call a guy a Bruce Jenner or somebody, if you call him Bruce Jenner, you can get locked up for that and all that. Like, they getting laws passed on their behalf, and they got flags and everything. Flags in the White House, flags in schools. Like, it's crazy, you know. So to me, I'm like, if it's that easy for them to do that, it should be that easy for our people to claim an identity from wherever we stand, regardless of the history, genealogy, all that. Claim the identity, get legislation passed on our behalf. However, you know, and this, you know, that's where I'm really at with it. Like, it's about getting
Damn,
laws.
bro.
Yeah, that's spot
Can I ask
on.
you a fundamental though?
What's happening?
Why would they want to give you any sort of empowerment?
I mean, this the thing is they not giving it to us. It's a God-given right to claim it. It's like they tricking us not to claim it. And I was just on another panel talking with some brothers, and I was letting them know we like I call it romanticize these words like racism, white supremacy. Oh, they conquered us and all this. I'm like, it really wasn't that. You know, it was more simple than that. They really using social systems. And long as we abide by their social system or don't understand it, like, for example, capitalism. If we don't understand
hold on.
okay.
I don't even mean to cut your wisdom, but this is gonna sound real crazy. It's gonna sound real crazy. When have you heard of white supremacy? White supremacy. When the first time you heard of that?
It was like people make it up like
When did you hear
school,
about white supremacy?
No, I'm gonna tell you, like in school when they was trying to, before I became knowledgeable as an adult, they always pushed that slavery, African American, you African, you came from slaves, and during the civil rights movement, this white supremacy, we fighting against white supremacy.
Wait. I really need you to hone in on something real quick. When did you hear about the term white supremacy? I'm being very critical about this because I'm going to drive you home about something. When did you hear about white supremacy?
When I was taught in school about the civil rights movement in like elementary school.
And they used the term white supremacy?
Yeah, they saying that's what the civil rights was fighting against.
Fighting against white supremacy.
Wait, you said, when'd you graduate?
And from grammar school, like 98.
Dude, they did not use that terminology in 98. White supremacy. I'm not trying to come at you like that. Please understand what I'm saying.
Okay, well, let me know, like, you know, what was, but from my understanding, the generalization of it was that's what the civil rights movement was going against, these powers to be against whatever civil rights, against so-called black people. And the thing that was going against the civil rights for so-called black people was the white supremacy. That was like the term that I heard used, but if it's different terms, you know.
I'm not going to dispute what you're saying at all. All I'm saying is that term just came about.
I would say that term just became popularized with like white liberals. They use it like, oh, we got to go against white supremacy. You know, it's like more of them like, making it a mainstream term, which is like that's a whole nother psychological thing, you know, a conversation to be had about how they using that to kind of like, it's like a reverse psychology type thing. Like we saying white supremacy, but it's really making them feel superior in the end, so subconsciously.
So if
Like,
I say this to you, I'm gonna say it to you in two different ways, okay? Two different ways. I think that you heard somebody say if somebody said the lames are recited. You heard that before?
wait, you say if somebody said the lanes are recited?
You know, if somebody said like the lesser class will recite it. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the generalization of it.
I don't really.
If somebody great say it, somebody else will recite it. I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, like pop culture, yeah. Like if it's a popular, you know, yeah. If it's some mainstream or popular culture term.
Okay, so my whole thing is this: if it's not an if with me, but you know that it can't be white supremacy unless you do what they say.
Oh, I don't believe in that term at all. Like somebody just put up the Dr. Frances Cress Wilson. Like I agree with what her teaches on what that is. It's a made up social. It's something to boost their esteem, you know. But like you're saying, the people feed into it, and you know, they gonna become victim to it. That's what I think.
Can I ask you a solid question?
What's up?
All your life, why do they keep reverting us back to us being back in chains and slavery? Why everything that any Democrat or anyone talks about is about black folks being back slaves?
It's Kabbalah
Always
witchcraft.
trying to hold on, listen to me. Always making you think that that's where you came from. How is that remotely possible that everybody can be like, oh no, I'm not doing that, you know, even though they don't even know that they were not born in servitude, unless they took the quote, unless they took the oath. And when I say the quote and the oath is this: is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
You asking me that?
No, I'm just saying that's the quote. That's the oath.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Within that book, it says you have to be a good servant to your master. I think everybody knows this. You know what? Let me stop. Let me stop doing this. Let me stop doing
That
this.
go back to what you were saying though about people feeding into it. If you feed into their social constructs, or if you don't understand their social constructs, you don't know how to play the game with it. That's what I'm saying. Yep. If you feed into it, you just a sheep. Like you're gonna be a sheep to it. Capitalism, religion, whatever it is. But you gotta know the game you playing and know how to manipulate it. That's the standpoint I'm coming from. And like with different in the manipulator, I mean getting legislation passed on your behalf. The same way these people could change they from man to a woman and make it stand in law. They know how they manipulating the system. So I mean, we need to learn from these type of like, damn, what kind of hell they manipulating the system, getting laws passed on their behalf, and we can't even get them to even look at the HR 40, some, you know, or whatever legislation we want to pass on our behalf.
What legislation do you have for a black person?
I had
you can say flag on the plate. You can say whatever you like. What legislation is there for the American?
Really, we should be focusing on identity and really like because black is
playing
not
identity politics with these people. I'm not playing no more identity politics, bro. You know what? I let me be quiet and let me just talk. I'm sorry.
But hold on for 1 second, y'all, before y'all keep going. Ladies, whenever y'all ready to close out, just let me know. It's no problem. I know it's late. It's about 1:53. It's about 4 hours, 22 minutes we've been going in. I'm having fun, so it's up to y'all. If y'all not ready, I'm not ready. But I just wanted to kind of just throw that out there. And just peace to everybody that's been listening. Shout out to the chat. Y'all been cooking. And shout out to the beautiful ladies of Unscramble Minds. Thank you all so much again. I'm just grateful that y'all came through and we just been kicking it and, you know, getting some things straight about the things that need to be straightened, period. So just shout out to everybody.
No, it's awesome. It's always awesome to build with you. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Yes, I ain't see Big Mama in a minute.
She passed out. She already called me on the back. She's like, girl, I'm getting ready to shut down. I need to go to sleep. I'm like, I'm right behind you. Dulcie can do all-nighters and be just fine.
Okay.
You do freedom tap out first,
love
and
y'all.
then I'm like, all right, I'm done. So yeah, whenever you wanna,
Yeah, me
whenever
too.
you're ready, my love. You've done
Yeah,
great.
I mean,
in your
I'm
moderating.
cool.
It's been we're enjoying ourselves. So thank
Great.
you for the invitation.
Yes, thank y'all. Of course, you know, I always love to have y'all.
So-
Y'all are all intelligent, so I love it. Go ahead,
Hey,
Straight
Sheree.
Smoke Cooking. Oh, that's Supreme Chief. Go ahead.
Hey, real fast. Did it give you access?
Oh, let me check.
All right, yeah. It's gonna
I'm gonna say this
actually
to you real quick, Chief
bring it
Holiday.
on
I love
home.
you, man.
Yes,
Unscramble
sir.
Minds, Tariq,
Dulcie, you
everybody
see
on the
Sword?
panel. I love each and
Dulcie,
every
you see
one of y'all.
Sword, right?
Straight smoke out.
Dulcie, you see Sword? She must have backed off from the phone.
You know, he
Sword
always in trouble. Oh, yeah. I see.
always coming in
I
late and starting
see.
trouble with us. Always. Always. But shout out to all y'all, all the
Drop the
people
link
in the
for me,
chat. We
Supreme
see
Chief.
y'all.
Yeah, shout out to Swordfish. Hey, y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Old Dude, Carper Goddess, None Your Business. Hey, everybody. Emmanuel R., Marco Power, One African Nation. Yes, everybody over there, Unscrambled Minds in the chat tapping in. Hey, y'all. Peace to y'all.
That's right. Gang, gang, all day.
Okay, we all family over here. Shout out to everybody.
Swore, wait till we see you. Wait till we see you.
Hello,
Swore.
Supreme Chief. I'm working on the link. I mean, I sent the request. Maybe I should check my email or something. Hold up.
And Copper Goddess with that beautiful voice. Wasn't Copper the one? Copper, you the one that redid that song like I'm proud to be an Indian off of the brown skin. That was her, right, Sharice? When she sang for us?
Yes, yes, she did her poem.
Yes. That oh my her just
Beautiful.
talented and beautiful. Your voice is amazing. Amazing. Shout out to all the ladies.
Oh, and she said we have to subscribe to her channel, but like if you get your information, Dot's been asking because we've been wanting to even expand this all women's panel. We have such like genius minds amongst us ladies in America, so we definitely want to do that soon of having just an all women's panel.
Yes.
We'll give you guys a break.
Yes. Can you drop your
Okay.
email again, Sharice? Because
Hmm.
that's one thing I didn't do. I forgot to take it down on the last time so that I could, because we definitely want to do that ladies panel.
And
Oh,
Copper Goddess, if
yes.
you could put your
Copper
contact.
Goddess.
Yes, we all need to definitely do that. Isness, everybody, all the girls, like really need to turn
Sakina
up.
needs to be up there. Where's Sakina
Yes,
go?
everybody.
Her beautiful self. We love you, Sakina. Hey, none your business. None your business.
Yes. Shout out to everybody.
Fast Saint.
Chief,
What's
this
up?
is
Lucchini. I won't even see Lucchini come in. What's up, Lucchini? Darvis.
yes,
Hey,
everybody.
Darvis. What's
Shoot, I'm just hearing you call everybody name. That's all. Yes, everybody. Everybody that I see all the time in the community.
that ombre? What's up, y'all?
But Bad Hombre, I'm getting about sick of you. Don't be telling me to drop the link 50 times and never hit the
I
link.
never
Like,
hit it.
why? Why am I dropping the link over and over and over and over again? For what?
Like same thing like Flaming, but finally Flaming came up yesterday. I mean Wednesday.
Finally.
Finally. And Darvish, you know what we waiting on. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Supreme Chief, is this what
Oh
you
yeah,
want to
he confirmed. We just waiting on OTK now.
I don't know where OTK went.
Yep, this it.
All right, cool. Well, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and take the wheel.
Well, this what you would call a primary source because it's coming from a quote, from an excerpt of a quote from a speech that this brother Frederick Douglass gave in 1890. So yeah, if you guys don't mind doing the honors, we'll get back to it.
We have a fight on our hands right here. A fight for the redemption of the whole race, and a blow struck successfully for the Negro in America is a blow struck for the Negro in Africa. For until Negro is respected in America, he need not expect consideration elsewhere. All this native land talk, however, is nonsense. Native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, his muscles, his, what's that say? Sorry, I can't make it
Snooze.
out. Sinews.
Snooze.
His sinews are all American. Frederick Douglass, The Folly of Colonization, 1894, is that?
Yeah, that's a fool.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, it's the folly of colonization.
Oh, The Folly of Colonization. Sorry.
I guess I can drop my mic, huh?
That is a mic drop.
Supreme Chief, would you like to go ahead and, since this is your particular, what would you like for
I wanted to ask.
Well, I just wanted to sing in a little bit, right? But check it. I mean, y'all like this is crazy. Like this is 1894. So this is they always talk about Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass. Nobody was talking about we wasn't from here. Our grandparents, our great grandparents, nobody. So the Africa talk is crazy because the folly of colonization is the American Colonization Society colonizing Africa. That's what he's talking about. And so they're talking. What's interesting to me is that when you have our people, not only our people telling us who we are, right? You get Frederick Douglass, you get Marcus Garvey, you get Malcolm X, the Aborigines, you get Martin Luther King. Everybody, nobody's saying this. And so when we break down where does Black studies come from and it morphed into African studies in the 90s is the CIA. So when we're talking about a lot of this stuff, y'all, a lot of this shit is fabricated. So you have to get primary source. You have to get out the horse's mouth. You got to get the bones out the ground. You got to get shit because these people are creating a narrative. So if it's nothing else, even when we're talking about Black, it's associated with Africa and slavery. The whole narrative. It's MK Ultra. So when we're talking about MK Ultra, there's certain keywords that trigger us because we have been MK Ultra since we were children. MK Ultra is real, even from a small level. It's called programming. So this is real shit, y'all, and these people are really working hard to eradicate Americans. And I'm saying this because we are the only Americans. The definition of Americans is the copper color of the Aborigines they found when they came here since the 1500s. So y'all, they're gonna have to address these things. This is what it is. So this is an invasion of America and Americans that we are dealing with, and we gotta drop the black because black is a nothing burger. If we want power, we gotta stand on who we are, and that's all. That's if it's nothing else, bro. If any pandoodle, anybody, they can dispute this nigga right here, then go ahead. But other than that, y'all, I'm out, man. It's the GOAT. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Yeah, we coming, man. We got some more shit. So I'm
I
trying.
wanted to ask you though, Supreme.
Yes, sir.
If Frederick Douglass could get, like, if he was here with us today, like this word, like when I read the quote you gave, fight stand out to me. It's a loaded word. Like, what type of strategies is in that word? You know, it's not like a simple going and punch a motherfucker in a face. Excuse me, my friend, but like I know if fight mean like it's a strategy. Like, what type of things you think would that entail? Like that fight, like modern, like in today.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, on the Sisters channel. I mean, when I hear fight, I just hear what you saying, man. Like, I think that's one thing I got from Dr. John Henry Clark that I agree with. We don't owe nobody nothing but an ass whooping. Period, bro. Like, that should be that should be like order number one on the menu, ass whooping. Real shit, bro. And any traitor that trade against us, that violate us, ass whooping. So yeah, fighting is a part of correction, and what we should have been fighting a long time ago. Real spit. So that's how I'm feeling about it.
I'm thinking more like on like a say for instance, like they system we all us operate in. We operate in this capitalistic system. We operate in this with their government, things like that. We operate within.
Hold on, bro. But real fast though, we pointed out just a little bit the immigration stuff, right? It's been happening over 120 years, right? And they're cheating, so it's not fair. It's cheating, and they're literally putting us out of business. They're literally putting our people on crack. They're literally so fam. It's a problem. Like, you understand what I'm saying? It's someone talking. What is the talk? Because the motherfuckers that talking is lying to us. Hey, we're gonna do reparations. No, fuck off, man. We want all our shit. I think that's the only strategy that at least we got to start talking about whooping ass though, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we can't cancel Vlad. Vlad, a vulture. But we can't do it. He cancels motherfuckers because niggas want money. They want Scooby Sacks. They want shit. They niggas sell out for the thought of getting something. So what? So that should be punishable, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, to think about doing something should be so punishable that niggas be like, I ain't never. Money ain't fuck your money. You said that don't work for Puffy or nobody. How where they money worked? I'll wait.
We didn't get into it, but I think
money.
it's even bigger than money, because now it's like Stockholm syndrome for real. I know Straight Smoke, I don't know if he's still here, but he always talks about that. But like with this Milgram experiment, it was like after the Holocaust, and they were seeing like how did they do all these atrocious things and stuff, and people were just going along with it. So they did an experiment where they put people in a room and they had actors, and they made them think that you're shocking these actors, and see how far they would go if an authoritative person told them. And everybody was going to the point where if it was real, those people would have died from the shock of the electricity and the levels that they were willing to go as long as an authority told them to do so. And that's where we are. If an authority says anything as far as what the truth is, it doesn't matter if they show us that it's rigged. We believe the authority when they turn around and say, hey, and that was my whole point, even with January 6th. We say we hate the government, but a lot of people were appalled with Trump for going against the government. Like, make it make sense.
So you know what's interesting about what one Doodoo Nation said real fast? Listen, sir, ma'am, whoever you are, You don't know what you're talking about. How can you get around the native land of the American Negro is America, his bones, his muscles, sinews are his ways, how we are, how fly up. Come on, drip. Oh, hey man, listen, stand down, bro, because you don't even know what Africa mean. You fucking with the wrong person when we talking about this right here. When we talking about America, we talk about history. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, don't do that, fam. Like, so don't be COINTELPRO, don't be MK Ultra when this quote right here. And what's crazy is if you go get the whole thing, it's gonna break it down even more. It gets even. I don't even want to do that, bro. So don't be disingenuous when we out here building, because I don't believe you want us. And if you are, hit the goddamn link and let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But if not, bro, stop typing weird shit that you don't know nothing about. For real, for real. Like, this is an excerpt because
He's a
we don't
main.
have time to read the whole thing. But
He's
one
a main
Africa
one
don't know what
like
he's
this
talking
and
about, though.
everything. He doesn't.
Because I can guarantee he ain't in
Stuck.
Africa, probably in St. Louis somewhere. Boy, please stand down. Please. Niggas ain't up here wasting their time for our health. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't have time to play with kids when we got real work to do. And there's people really out here hurting right now. And these motherfuckers is flooding this country with people on purpose, not for fake, on purpose. And then turn around and be like, but sister girl, I want you to vote for me. So it's a problem when people are being ignorant or MK Ultra. Maybe it's keywords. When they hear Trump now, when they hear black, when they hear slave, hear inferiority. And men, when I see men, their ass in the air, it's a problem for me. You understand what I'm saying? It's a fucking problem. So yeah, I don't know. I ain't the right person to be having certain type of conversation with, family. So you don't know what you're talking about. Please stand down, especially if you really for the betterment of human people, but the American people in the American way, fam. You can't get around this right here. You can't get around these goddamn bones. You can't get around these goddamn pyramids. You can't get around shit that we talk about. So I'm gonna need y'all to stand down. Real talk. You pan doodles, stand the fuck down. Grow the fuck up. Real shit. That's on everything I love. Stand the fuck down, my boy. Real shit. You ain't got no conversations. We building in peace. You supposed to be bringing your African ass over here learning something, motherfucker. The fuck is you talking about? Real shit, bro. Please hit the panel, bro. Explain what you talking about. And that's real talk. Like, this don't make no sense, right? Here's a goddamn quote from 1894. It ain't like we gotta go far back to get this. Explain this. Explain the definition of American. We the only copper colored people. So yeah, stand down, bro. Real talk.
As I've said before, those are like the fake ones. I don't even like associating people like that with the real Africans. I put a quote up once. I forgot what show we were having, but it was a major leader during the apartheid in South Africa. And he talked about how we need to fight for America and that they needed to follow our lead and fight for their country and let no one take their landmass from the indigenous of that landmass. So it's just a thing as far as they come out here. Usually they're from here or the UK or some European country or whatever, saying they're speaking for Africans, but most Africans don't even align with their way of thinking, their way of thought. There's no one during the apartheid that said, "Oh, Black Americans need to move to South Africa so we can fight together." Said none of them. They used us as far as to be like, we all need to do this fight for our own lands wherever we are.
And I've been analyzing the whole situation on both sides. The only difference with us and them, they doing all this shit under flags. Like, and flags, I mean, like they doing this shit under national identities. Like when we say about the immigration stuff, they like the Venezuelans coming, the Haitians coming. Like they doing all this shit under flags. Even the government, they flying flags. Every nation that's getting shit, the LGBTs, they, like I was saying, they doing this shit under flags. We just gotta pick up our flag and like shit, like do this shit under a flag, and because we doing the work. Like y'all sisters doing the work. I've been watching y'all. This is my first night on. And I appreciate y'all letting me on. But like y'all doing the work. A lot of brothers out here doing the work. Like we doing the work. We just gotta put that shit under one flag and just ride. Like for real. Like get legislation, like play their system. Like shit, get legislation passed on our behalf. Get politicians shit, put money behind our own politicians. All that shit.
Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses.
Peace, Darvis.
Big Davis.
What more drop do you want to drop on us tonight?
Peace, Darvis.
What's going on? I ain't fuck with y'all niggas about no more shit right now, man.
You ain't got your sandals and your fez on?
You know, I was just thinking. Listen, man, I'm drinking. Something get in my mind now when you said that, so I ain't coming on that. But listen, man, what time y'all boy pull? I don't think y'all gonna be out there. I ain't gonna be able to leave out here, man. It's at least about fucking 3, so that's probably 3 or 4, something like that, man. So it'll probably be dark by the time I get down that side. Running y'all niggas.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Nigga, I said, when
What are
y'all
you
gonna be down there?
drinking?
I said, oh shit.
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie though. I'm about
Well,
drunk as a bitch. I came from my mom's
gotta
party,
talk to you.
man.
That's next week, but we gotta talk to you.
About what?
Oh my goodness, Darvis, really? You forgot already.
We're not
We'll
about
talk
to do
about
this
this.
here.
We'll talk about this behind the scenes.
Nigga, I already did that. We all talk about.
No, I know, but we're on Sharice Live.
Yeah, I
So
know, but you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, we know.
But,
Yeah, I'm assuming. I think I know what you're talking about, but that's what I'm saying. Like we can we'll address that later. Let's finish her live. She's doing a live.
Cool.
Right. We'll talk about
So
you
that
being
shit
a
ain't
chick
tomorrow?
later.
Huh?
No.
Man, say word, dog.
Are you serious? I can't.
Nigga, don't. Oh shit.
We'll talk about this another behind the scenes, Darvis. Okay,
Lord,
big bro.
Darvis.
Darvis
What you been
crazy.
drinking though? What you drinking on?
Crown.
So wait, hold up. You drinking
Oh.
Crown, and I hope you still ain't smoking behind all them niggas who gave you that damn
I forgot about that
foot and
guy.
mouth disease.
No, listen.
Talk
It ain't
about
had nothing to do with nobody gave me nothing.
emergency.
That remedy y'all niggas gave me fucked me up, nigga.
No. You had mad cow disease in them.
No.
You had mad cow
what?
disease in the mouth because your ass was
Right,
smoking.
you had mono talking about it's the remedy. No, it's the mono.
No, nigga, no fucking mono.
Smoking
Man, I had
behind
a sore
them,
throat.
dude. Man, listen.
And I follow y'all niggas up with that goddamn remedy. I wait to see your ass anyway, dog. I'm gonna tell you about that shit, man. That shit didn't work for me, dog. I tried that shit, man. My whole fucking shit swole up, dog. I woke up the next
Crazy.
morning, nigga. What the fuck?
He trying to blame us on his mad cow disease. Okay, in the mouth, in the throat. We told you not to do that, and you did it. Now that's what you get.
No, y'all told me to take all these different kind
Because
of
you don't know
medicines.
where they're those YNs, where the YNs now, where they be putting their mouths, is completely different than your time.
YN? Who the fuck is a YN?
You don't know what a YN is?
No,
We'll talk about it behind the scenes. But yeah, they put their mouths in different places now that you ain't ready for, Darvis. So you can't be just sharing it with everybody.
No. I don't be around them kind of crowds.
You don't have anybody around you that's under 30?
I'm 49. I'm about to be 50 years old. I was around my whole family. I got motherfuckers around me, dog. You know what I mean, little kids over at the grown people, but
Exactly.
I'm an
So if they're
elder.
under 30,
I
they
don't
put
smoke
their
with them
mouth
niggas.
in places you don't even want to know.
Yeah, but I don't smoke with them niggas.
It sounded like you
Anymore.
did.
That's not what you told us before.
Yeah, that's not what you told us.
I don't know why the
No,
story
I
changed.
told y'all niggas I had a fucking sore throat.
No. All right. We'll talk about
After
this another
smoking
time.
with a bunch of people, after puff, pass, you got a sore throat.
Exactly.
I'm leave that alone. What's that boy building on, man?
We were talking about the DNA, the 23andMe, you know, we were talking about the elections.
Oh,
Are you
how
gonna
y'all
do
feel
the
about that
Morris
shit?
vote, Darvis? You gonna vote?
Huh?
Are
Yeah,
you gonna vote?
of course.
Who you voting for?
Trump. Who you think I'm voting for? Although they trying to cheat the dog, but
Why do you want Trump to be in office?
because I think that if Kamala get in office, I think y'all could try to put all the men on a farm and make slaves out of us.
You don't want to be a slave?
No,
Don't you have land? Aren't you already on a farm?
no, I'm talking about a plantation type farm. Like the way the Amazon woman been doing them niggas over there.
Hey,
Oh, like a
Darvis,
witch.
you vote for Kamala?
Hell no.
Oh, all right. I thought okay, I had to double check. Hold up.
Oh no. I'm
Oh, all
not
right. You
anti-woman
know,
though, but
only one that can vote for Kamala is Sister Freedom, OTK. So no, let me stop playing.
hey, listen, man, OTK ain't on the panel, ain't it?
Nah, he ain't here no more.
Cause
No.
me and see them niggas in the background already laughing, man. Listen, dog, me and my
I'm
boy
just
bump head
joking,
all the time behind that shit there, dog.
y'all. I'm just joking. I just go ahead, y'all.
Hey,
I'm
but I'm gonna tell
sorry.
you what's crazy though, man. I talked to my cousin, them boy, man, and told him I've been pulling up down there tomorrow evening. I thought that shit was this fucking weekend, dog.
Yeah, your man would have been your man would
You
have
would have
been
been there
there early.
alone. Alone. Calling people where y'all at.
That's
Nothing.
crazy. Yo, Darvis, I love you. There's only
That's
one
crazy.
Darvis, man. You are something else. I cannot. He was going
Something
tomorrow,
else.
Dulcie. He was going tomorrow.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Y'all, I just want to give a quick shout out to the community real quick, and then we'll be right back.
True.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand. Slow mo.
Yes. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to the beautiful ladies of Unscramble Minds. Shout out to everybody over there in their chat that's been tuned in and rocking with us. Thank you all so much. Yeah, we just getting it in. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Sister Freedom, Supreme Chief Holiday, Always Wins, Daughter of the Sea, Hey Dots, and Dulcie, and obviously Darvis. Peace and love to everybody.
Man, peace to you, sister. Hey man, I got a question, right? Legit Hustle, he was dealing with graphic design, didn't he? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Or don't he? Man, I need somebody to plug me in with him, man. I got a fucking serious problem, man. I got a cease and desist letter
Why
for
don't
my
you talk to
motherfucking Eminem.
OTK? Wait, you have a cease and desist letter?
Wait, what?
What does that have to
Word.
do with graphic design? You need a
My
lawyer.
Eminem I got on my business card.
Oh, so you need new business cards.
I need a new Eminem.
Oh, okay.
I downloaded some shit off the internet, and I mean, but now I got a cease and desist letter and shit. But Eminem I got on my business card, so I gotta do something about that.
OTK should have his contact, and for Emlyn, I think Straight Smoke does graphics like that too.
Darvis, I don't know if you checked. Did you check to see if the image that you got the cease and desist for is copyrighted? Because if it's not, then there's no legal ground for them to say cease and desist. And I don't, check verify if that's even accurate or if it's real. Because a lot of people will they'll download cease and desist off the internet, send it, thinking that it's going to do something, and it doesn't. So you just make sure that image, is not trademarked or copyrighted or anything like that. Because then if it's not, then that you
got off of Google.
Free will to use it.
I figure it probably was, man. I got it off of Google. I don't know how accurate the
That
letter
don't
is.
mean that that don't mean that it's trademarked though. It doesn't mean that it's copyrighted. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. My brother was like, "Man, you might as well just go ahead and just come on with your own emblem anyway, man. Get somebody to design something for you."
You gonna do it fast?
I was thinking
And some
about that, man. But
sandals?
this business, though, man, this business ain't got nothing to do with that right now. I mean, we got to separate the two.
You always into something.
I
Man,
know.
it's crazy, man.
You
Taxes
should
are coming up,
show
man.
because it's construction, right? You should have like Noble Drew Ali digging something.
Listen, dog. I tell you I'm more, but I'm not a Science Temple member. More. You get what I mean?
You already
been
know.
with
I know.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna mess
Oh,
with you
no.
though because you still are an extension of them because before the Moorish Science Temple, there wouldn't be no Moors here.
No, that ain't true.
Who was passing it down in their family that they were Moors?
Everybody was.
Like,
See that? Here we go. See, we about to get in this argument again with this thing now, Dosey.
No, listen,
Listen,
it's going on 3 a.m,
I'm from
y'all.
South Carolina,
I'm getting ready to drop
Charleston.
down.
In
I know your family. All your
1865.
family
To get you
said they're
heavy.
Indians. You haven't introduced one family member that said that they were a Moor. One elder in your family that said they were Moor.
They don't know no better. A lot of people do though, know what I mean? But it is what it is. But like I was saying, though, in 1865, here in Charleston, when the 65, 62, when we separated from the Union, we flew a Morris flag in Charleston. Right here in Charleston.
And did they have any what did that do? Flying the flag,
We
did
claimed we
that
were
change
Moors.
anything or? Oh, okay.
Yeah. We left the
When did it
Union.
become? When did it become a Moorish flag?
Dosey, don't start. It's
I see.
don't
Y'all can
start.
start this shit up again, man.
Well, but I won't start nothing. When are you finally gonna do the presentation? How many slides you got? You anywhere close to Legendary Top Cats? You on your 300th slide or something?
I got like about 4 slides, dog.
Not 4. He said 4.
How has this taking you years and you got 4 slides?
Cause man, I be having so much shit going on, man. I don't know how y'all niggas do it, man. Y'all niggas mostly got a goddamn. I don't know how y'all do it, man. To set up and create slides, and I be having so much shit going on, man. Then when I get a chance to relax, I relax, dog.
Like paying $1,700 for 4 minutes.
See, there you go with that.
Some people, you had me on the floor. You had me hollering when you was on top. When you hit top panel a few days ago, hollering. If y'all ain't see that that live on
listen, man.
or Chief
See,
Top,
Yeah,
listen,
y'all
man.
better see it before he already
was up here. Y'all
private
have
it
to
is.
check it out.
It is still up. You better
That
get to
is
it now.
hilarious.
He's known for private it, and you ain't gonna see it no more. But no, that's why
Yeah,
I
my boy.
always bring up sandals for you because you say cowboy boots don't got no grip. You know, it's like steel toe shoes.
Yeah,
People work in cowboy boots. They're steel toe.
I see
You
Mexicans
knew
do
that?
that shit, man. But I ain't never seen no damn steel. I ain't never heard of no steel toe cowboy boots. Niggas
Yeah,
use
there
compression
are.
toes anyway, man. They don't really be steel no more. They use compression toes. But
Oh, I'm in Alabama. They got steel toe cowboy boots. I be seeing them.
shit, were
Yeah.
black people wear it?
Huh?
Yeah, see black folks wearing cowboy boots
Nah,
out there?
them white boys, them white
Black
boys be
folks
wearing
wear them here in Texas. Oh, right here. Yeah.
Well, listen though, when y'all come down, do not bring your boots with you, baby. Trust me.
Look how Frederick Dodd is looking at you.
Who?
I'm
Look
definitely
how
wearing my boots. My boots are cheap though. They ain't the good ones. They ain't like the $300 ones.
Babe, listen, don't wear them shit down here, dog. You fuck around, go to the
Or
club,
what?
these
Wear
motherfuckers, and then
sandals
they
instead? Wear Jesus shoes?
heels, nigga. The female wears stilettos down here, or some kind of heels.
For what? Why?
So that's the only way you get in the club. You can't get in the club with no fucking cowboy boots.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What club can't you get into with cowboy boots?
Baby, gonna try to tell you some good shit now. Don't come down this motherfucking dog and be disappointed.
Oh, South Carolina, you can't wear boots to the club.
Hell no.
Yes,
Go
you
ahead with
can. He
the,
don't know
go
what he's
ahead with
talking
the
about.
2008
He
dress
don't know what
code.
he's talking about. You can wear boots
Hey,
to
listen,
the
dog.
Got
club.
that 2008
Listen,
going
man.
on.
I like Southern soul music. I look at the videos and whatnot. And I mean, I see how the girls be rocking on the videos. But don't come down here and wear no shit like that to the club, baby. I'm trying to tell you some good shit. That's some shit that y'all do on the other side of Mississippi. Our culture is a
Yeah, we know
little
y'all
different, I
East Coast
mean.
for real. We gotta question your southernness if you talking about you can't wear boots to the club.
No, females don't wear boots. Baby,
Yes,
listen,
they
man.
do.
Sometimes we go
Yes,
back
they do.
into history and pull up the
In the
wrong culture.
South, if you were in the South, you would see that
We are in the South.
everybody wears boots.
Match question.
No,
One of the panels from the Southeast.
y'all are in the East Coast South.
Matter of
I
fact,
still
chicken
don't
inside.
understand how y'all even consider that South. There's
Supreme
nothing
Chief
South
Holiday.
about y'all.
Hey, my man on the panel right now, ask Supreme Chief Holiday.
No, I was shocked too though, Darvis, when you were saying that because you said like South Carolina,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
riding with
I
the
don't
sisters on
wear.
this one. I'm
It's
from
not popular to
Mississippi.
wear
So
cowboy boots or whatever. Oh, the
And
case
y'all
may be. I
rock
don't know if
cowboy
that's
boots
a
in
Duke
Mississippi.
Street thing because
Yes,
with my
we rock
sister-in-law
cowboy
when
boots.
hell
she
yeah.
went, we went to it was when my sister-in-law she had like she celebrated like their wedding anniversary whatever in South Carolina because my brother he's from there, her husband, and all of his family, like all the men in his family when they came, you know, they had on their nice fedoras or whatever, and they had on cowboy boots with their whatever they were wearing. So I was surprised to hear you say that. I don't know if that's
I'm
in Greek
surprised to hear
Right.
you say
And
that.
just like
They must not
Copper
be.
Goddess just said, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Everybody'd be like, oh, summer dress, it's summertime, the dress season's out. You pair that with boots.
You can
You
No,
can
baby.
wear heels, but
No,
we wear
baby.
boots.
Listen, when y'all come down here, I'm trying to take y'all boy out to the spot. Don't
Oh, you
embarrass
gonna
me.
take
Don't
us
come down here
shopping
with.
too? You taking us shopping
See,
too?
you
Look
fuck
at
around
this.
up. You know what?
Dozy.
Listen, man. Do not. If you do wear your boots, just bring some extra stilettos. Just make sure. You know what I mean, some heels. I don't know how them boys rock out there, man, but out here, we go to club, all the female got heels on. I never seen no female in the club with no fucking cowboy boots.
Well, that's y'all, and I'll be that's
Yeah, we don't
20-year-old
go to the
shit.
club in cowboy boots either here in New York.
No, I'm
We
talking about
don't do
grown
that.
folk shit though. The spots I
You
go
No,
to,
wouldn't
man,
see
you
that.
gotta have
You
hard
wouldn't. You
bottoms
wouldn't see
on.
that. You wouldn't
I
see
don't
that
go
in
to
New York,
listen,
though.
man. I say I'm damn near 50 years old, baby. I don't go to them clubs where you wear
We wear
sneakers
a
and
lot of
shit like
heels.
that. You don't wear G's and
Oh,
spots I go
I
to.
think, but the
You gotta
cowboy
have
boots are
hard
dope,
bottoms
though.
on. Some spots I
They're
go to, you
cute.
gotta have a tie.
Darvis.
I'm telling you the real shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And nobody wear cowboy boots. You only see that on TV.
because y'all not in the South.
The fuck you mean this ain't the South,
We're in
baby? This is the
the South. We're in
origin.
the South,
It's
girl.
Eden.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry about it. I'm gonna learn, y'all.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sharice is going on 3 in the morning for me, my love bug. When you wanna?
Oh, we could definitely go ahead and if y'all don't have anything else, shoot, in about 10 minutes, everybody can land their plane. Oh, look at Brother Law. He made it
Hey,
in.
brother Love.
Yay, look at that. Peace and love, family. I don't know you well, but I know who you are. Peace and love.
Yes,
Hey man, I
he
heard my
is.
man named you. Ask him.
Unscramble Minds, our big bro, brother La. What's up?
Ask Brother Law where you from.
Brother
We
Lalo?
already know he's from New York.
Oh,
No,
man.
New Jersey. New Jersey. He's from
Oh,
New
he's from
Jersey.
Jersey? Okay.
Yeah.
Ask him if you ever see somebody go out with cowboy boots on.
But he's not in the South. He's not in
He's
the
in the
South. You
East.
trying to claim the South, and you don't
Darvin
even
said, back to
you
that
don't even act like a
situation.
Southerner.
Who don't?
You
Trust me,
don't, and that's why
I
you
want to
don't
hear.
wear cowboy boots for real, because you're not even
Y'all don't
from
know what a
South
Southerner is.
Carolina. You from New York for real, so you don't even know. You don't even know if they do wear cowboy boots in North Carolina
You
because
drop down front now.
you from New York. Well,
You
that's
drop
why
down
you
front
think
now.
that people
You
don't
were
wear
raised in New
cowboy
York,
boots in the
Jarvis?
South.
I didn't know that.
Man, don't listen to Dosey, man. Dosey is a hater.
Top has the clip. Top has the clip.
Hey, listen, I'm
I
be
didn't
honest with you,
know
right?
that. I did
Y'all
not
was
know
born in
that.
Brooklyn, but I wasn't raised in Brooklyn. I came down here, I think I was in 3rd grade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was just born there.
Oh.
Every now and again, I forget I was born in that mother. Somebody got to remind me every now and again.
All right, y'all, because it is 5 hours. If everybody wants to go around, say your piece, and we can go ahead and land. And, I really enjoyed the ladies of Unscramble Minds. Thank you, ladies, again and again. I can't say it enough. We had a great conversation. Like, Dulcie, you always knock it out with the DNA. You was cooking up in this joint tonight. Thank you, girl. You was not playing, okay?
No, we all do. We all do together. We were just tag teaming, tag
Yes.
Dr. Tag you and Sharice. That's why I love
Yes, everybody
building
was
with you
in it.
Hey, man,
ladies.
when y'all not aggressively goddamn questioning somebody, y'all boy drop a lot of information. For some reason, one of my people's coming y'all pedal, man. Y'all give us hell, dog. Hey, listen, man. I almost feel sorry. I don't really feel sorry for the Pan Africans. They do it the same way.
Hey, look, when it comes
Freedom,
down
ask
to
your
the
question. Freedom,
topic
where you from,
at
Freedom?
hand, it is what it is. Like, I think when you stick to the information, it's easier to be able to communicate. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody can present themselves in an eloquent way. Like, it's not hard to do. It's just, it's about information. Like Sister Freedom didn't agree with everything. Sakina, she had her opinions as well. So, you know what I'm saying? But it's all about, hey, like, let's pull it up. Let's look it up. Let's read it. Okay, what are they saying this means? It's simple as that, because it's people listening. So
And I
everybody
agree.
can learn. You know what
And
I'm
I
saying?
agree. I have no issue with the Indian thing. Don't get me wrong. I have no issue with that. It's just that only issue I have is that we was here before the term. That's my only thing.
And when was that?
They was here for a long time. Before the term more
No,
was
what's
applied.
the date that's
What was,
before the term?
well,
And
you put the Indian
Sharice,
thing
they should
inside the
try to shut this
1600s.
down, y'all.
But we put the Indian thing in the 1600s. You put the Moor thing like in the 700s, somewhere around that time. But we was called many different things. Depends how far you go back in history.
You
History
ain't
is a
never seen
deep rabbit
nobody in
hole.
the 700s calling themselves a Moor. Stop it,
I ain't never
Darwin.
seen
Stop.
nobody in the 700s. But I ain't never
Mr.
seen nobody. Listen,
Mr.
I ain't never seen
Jarvis
nobody in the
and,
1800s
and,
either.
and Miss Dulcie, Sharice just said, let's go around and say our last words.
Say your last words, Darvis. Tell us that we're all Moors.
I'm not even gonna say that, man. Peace of the goddess. Shout out to Cerise. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the pack. I'm on chat. Peace to the goddess. Y'all boy be easy, man. I want y'all to take a picture of this Dosey and Dots and Freedom. Y'all can see the boy next month. All of them gonna be Moors.
Oh my goodness.
All of them niggas be Moors. When I get y'all niggas down there, I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna tie y'all niggas up and put my headphones in y'all motherfucking ears, dog, and pump number Morse information to you for 36 hours. Licking Morse information, dog. Y'all niggas go back live again, nigga. Y'all can have a fucking red flag and a green star. Well,
Good
peace,
night,
y'all, man. I love
everybody.
y'all.
Love you too, Darvin.
Cerise, I'm
Yes.
coming
You'll
after you too,
always be
mama.
our favorite Moor, Darvis. And
Yes.
that's for facts.
Yes.
Thank you. I said, I'm coming
trying to
after you
say
too.
goodnight, but Darvis keep
Please. Anytime. You already know you always
Look,
welcome.
look, listen to Sister Freedom. She been asleep this whole time. She hear dark voices.
Wake on
Hey,
up.
listen,
She convinced
and I'm
me
gonna put her in a
more.
separate room from y'all too, because she could take a lot. It could take a lot with Sister Freedom. Matter of fact, Sister Freedom already know what it is. I don't know why she be fronting. I think y'all got her.
I'm just
Oh
telling you,
damn.
good
Oh
night.
damn.
I know exactly what it is. Good
I know
Oh
you know
damn.
what it is.
Here
I
we
did a little
go.
research on you.
everybody.
You know what
Thank
it is,
you.
Mama.
I do. Thank you for listening to my opinion, good or bad. And thank you, Sharice, for having me on. I loved it. Okay. Love you. And thank everybody. Love everybody. Good night.
Good night, Big Mama. Love you too.
Good night.
Yeah, I just
Thank
want to
you
say
so
thank you.
much for inviting us.
You know it's all love over here.
And thank you, Supreme Chief, for coming up. Straight Smoke, always win. Everybody that came up on the panel, we really just added it. It was we bodied it tonight.
Yes. This is gonna be a fire replay for sure.
Yeah.
Yep, dope. Shout out to Sharice. Shout out to the Unscramble Mind. Ladies, y'all did your thing tonight. Dope build. Shout out to Straight Smoke, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Really appreciate the build tonight for real. It's dope. Super dope, y'all. I can't wait to go back and watch it too, man, because I missed somebody. So, hey, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Catch you guys on the flip side. You know what it is. Well up.
Yeah. Oh, Brother Law said he was going to jump on maybe next time. Yeah.
I know. I said, damn. He said he was gonna jump on. Damn.
Yeah.
Hopefully next time for sure.
Aw. Yes, well, not just to pretty much reiterate what Dulcie and Freedom said. Thank you so much for having us. It was wonderful. We enjoyed conversation with you the last time. You did an excellent job moderating, right? I think the topics was definitely hitting. I definitely enjoyed it. I hope the cousins in the chat, I think that they enjoyed it as well. And y'all know Unscramble Minds absolutely adore and appreciate you guys' support. I can't say that enough. Really and truly, we appreciate you guys. So thank you, Sharice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dots. Thank you so much,
Subscribe and
sweetie.
like. Subscribe and like.
Please like, share, subscribe, family. Always, when did you want to land the plane real quick?
I just want to thank you ladies for welcoming me on the panel. I am a new subscriber as of this week, so I've been catching up on y'all videos. It's definitely a lot of information, that I could use in my research, and I appreciate what y'all putting out to the community. And I'm gonna keep being a part, liking this, I'm sharing, and hopefully being part of the panel and some more discussions with y'all. And we're gonna get this flag, pick up our flag, and get busy. That's it.
That's it. You might have to take that flag and knock a couple people over the head with it.
That's right.
That part. All right. Good night, everybody.
Yes, y'all. So I just once again, just the beautiful ladies of Unscrambled Minds and their crowd. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys coming over and rocking with us for the past 5 hours, 11 minutes. Woo!
Yeah.
We was cooking, and it's crazy because time always flies when you're having fun. I think that's a true statement. I think that resonates well here in this situation. It's just always beautiful to be in a space with other women and, us being able to build in a positive way and touch on the issues that we need to touch on as women from the land who know the truth. And, we need to continue to speak and use our voices, and it's important. So, I'm just grateful for you ladies. You all keep doing what you're doing over there as Unscrambled Minds, and just keep it up. Like I was saying earlier, just bless y'all. Thank you all so much. And what? And yes, you all just take care. Have a great night.
Good night.
All right.
Good night.
Good
Bye.
night.